How are we doing, folks? Good morning. Happy Thursday. Appreciate the resubs this morning already to start us off. Real Marky B, thanks for re-upping for the second month. Hope you had some nice time off and didn't play too much Pocket while you're away. One of the actually gloriously wonderful things we talk about with Pocket System a lot is that I can actually take a break and not feel like I'm losing a bunch of stuff. So I logged in and did some Wonder Picks and opened my packs, but I did not play any games, didn't get punished for not playing any games because Pokemon Pocket's economy is pretty wonderful. There's no daily chores I have to feel bad about skipping when I'm spending time with the family. Echoplex, thank you for the 3 years. I appreciate the 36 months. Good morning, good morning. Kills ya fast, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Hamps coming in hot for the 20 months. Yeah, we're do a log one today and a log one tomorrow, I think. Make up for some lost time is my plan. RST, thank you for the over 2 years. Wait, we had a patch while we were gone. Mega Cord Smack. Thank you for the 22 months. Duck Doolittle. The almost 5 years. Welcome, welcome. Y'all got games on your phone. Many of us do, in fact. Rack a few packs, check our Wonder Picks, jump into some games, or something in there. Heatran. Boom. The 3 diamonds that have a full art option feel like some of the worst to open. Yeah, we had a good time on the trip. The kids enjoyed the water park, and they had a couple of duck pin bowling lanes near the arcade that we played a bunch of that they absolutely loved. Yeah, we actually had a handful of people that stopped by and dropped off subs while I was actually offline, which was awesome to see. Only dropped off about 150 points, which is not terrible. Usually I'd expect 10 to 25% over the time that I was gone, and we had like closer to like the 5 to 7% range. We go to the Dells. We went to a place called what was it? Great Wolf Lodge in Gurnee, Illinois. But honestly, I think next time we'd probably just drive the extra hour to go to the actual Dells. The kids had fun, but like pound for pound what we got for what we spent, I think the Dells are probably a bit better. Yeah, the Magi Quest thing they had was interesting and unique at least. Basically like computer powered LARP that the kids got a kick out of. 1 more week till the new set. So Pokemon Day is 1 week from today. And they actually just announced the Pokemon Day presentation is going to take place at 8 a.m. Central, which is an hour earlier from now. So in a little under a week, we'll have that presentation. I think I'm gonna co-stream that since we're doing Pokemon stuff full time here right now. Obviously, there's a lot more than there's a lot more than Pocket going on at that, but I think, Josh, thank you for the the 2 years exactly. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Yeah, Great Wolfson Indoor Water Park. Most of the water parks have indoor and outdoor splits these days, though. I hope that they move or announce that they're gonna put the Pokemon Auto Chess in the English Unite client. I would love to check that out on stream, but I just really don't have a desire to try and fumble through a non-English language version. Chris, thank you for the 70 months. That's a long time. Appreciate it. All right, we're gonna jump into playing some games here in just a second, gamers. But I gotta do something real quick for my child. Speaking of, so there's our local library has a D&D program for 3rd to 5th grade, which my boys are 4th and 5th grade. And registration for it opens here in 60 seconds, and usually the registration fills up very quickly, so I'm going to hold you all captive here for another 90 seconds while I click through this, hopefully, and get him a spot. Well, ads. Now we're okay. It's spinning now. I clicked through. Coolio. Alright, that's done. It's literally just like click two buttons. Alright, someone asked if we're taking viewer deck submissions this morning. I am not going to formally take viewer deck submissions because I think we'll do that tomorrow and maybe later today. But to start today, I would like to play some decks of my choosing that caught my fancy from the roundups I posted over the weekend. Because there's a tournament at 12:30, and I don't really have a deck that I love at the moment that I want to play in it. I think if I don't find something, we'll probably default and play Dialga Yanmega as the deck I've enjoyed a lot of. It's reasonably competitive. What do we got? I loaded a bunch up into my deck editor. I don't remember if I did this before I left or after. I think I did it Saturday night. What did I wanted to try? I wanted to try this Palkia Magnezone. And I wanted to try this Rotom Gyarados deck, I think. Hey, Gaber, thank you for the 16 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. This event thing's still going. It lasts for so long. It's so easy to get those games in. Let's start with Rotom Gyarados. Let's see how this feels. You will likely never see me play custom ban list stuff on stream. So I'm glad other people enjoy that type of thing, but in general, I prefer playing the regular established stuff. Someone asked why I don't play Blastoise Palkia. So unfortunately, the Blastoise Palkia deck does not have room to play Giant Cape. And I don't think you can play a Manaphy deck that doesn't have room to play 2 Giant Capes in this metagame because of how popular Skarmory has gotten. Hey, Gaber, thank you for the 16 months. And TJ with the 16 as well. Good morning, good morning. This build is playing Gyarados and Frost Rotom. Frost Rotom dealing 30 plus 10 to each of the bench. So it can help you soften up things for Gyarados or give you some damage marked on them to Cyrus them up. Do this just to get this to as close as possible here. I'm going to go ahead and hit this one more time. I'm going to give him up a knockout point on this one. And then we can hit them with this Frost Rotom and then move into this one if I don't draw Gyarados, I think. We are going to need our payoff here. Without our copy of Articuno, we do need Gyarados. This could be a Gyarados. That could be a Gyarados, too. We hit this. We hit this. Agent Hokey, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Appreciate it. To the person asking me, what do I think about the Leafeon Fossils deck? I think it's a bad gimmick that makes a good clickbait YouTube video. Why is the cell phone a water type? Asking the real questions. Wait, why did that die? Did they Giovanni me? This is weak to metal? How did I miss that this is weak to metal? Holy. Man. I thought we were living there, I'm gonna be honest. So the cell phone is a water type because apparently this is a ghost that haunts things. All right, and then I believe we have died. It's haunting a freezer. Yeah, so there's actually a bunch of different types of Rotom has a bunch of different actual types. Depending on what it's haunting. Yeah, I missed that it had steel weakness. I just assumed it was lightning because it was a water Pokemon. Are all of the Rotoms weak to metal or just that one? That was our literal first game. I don't think I had any other options there. That's honestly probably a reason not to play this, is that being weak to metal. The fact that it doesn't live a hat plus an attack. Digging for some friends here, huh? That's not bad. It means that this will live 2 hits from the Dialga. We do, however, need some basic Pokemon next turn. Yeah, you put that Rocky helmet on your Pokemon facing down my Manaphy. Queued into a second metal deck in a row after we learned that Frost Rotom is weak to metal. Wake up, sheeple. The truth, it is out there. So, I really want 2 basic Pokemon this turn. So we are going to research before we Pokeball, because I want the maximum number of basic Pokemon in my deck when I play this research. We'll do this. Do I go digging with this for a Magikarp? I think I do, actually, because I have the Gyarados locked up. It would be really interesting if you made a free-to-play account and then made a series out of it. I think that would be the opposite of interesting. I think the thing that's enjoyable about card games is finding interesting strategy combinations of cards. Not tying one arm behind my back and then trying to play with whatever random stuff I opened. Oh yeah, we should put our poll up to like the YouTube. I'm putting a cape on this? I think I'm putting a cape on this. Actually, let's Misty and see where we end up at. Do I just try and freeze this? I think so, actually. I'll do this. Cody, thank you for the 70 months. It's a long time. Welcome back. Holiest Molius, coming in hot for the almost 2 years. Good morning, good morning. I think I would expect free-to-play content to be exceptionally poorly received in a game the way Pocket is structured too, because a lot of free-to-play in Pocket would simply be which cards did you happen to open. So like any free-to-play content I made wouldn't be applicable to most people because they would have a drastically different collection than I would on my free-to-play account. Yeah. Jackson, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. Yeah, the FlexiSpot website should ship all over the world. You can head to them using my link there in chat, the bit.ly. Okay, so the game plan from here is retreat this, hope to not get Cyrused, and then hope to flip some coins heads on the Melmetal, huh? Oh, you know what? I can win this game with a single Articuno heads, yeah? Because of the Cyrus. I can Cyrus up this Skarmory, and then we paralyze it and it gets locked in. Ah, rip. I think that means we're dead because we didn't have a Gyarados. Tyronius Jackson, thank you for the brand new Prime. Hope it push us back up towards our full-time sub goal. Fell off a little bit with my few days off. Jeff's almost free to play anyway. He's only bought a few packs. That's true, gamers. We're basically free to play here. I only have one Cyrus, so I can't like Cyrus multiple turns or anything like that. What's the hope here? Hope they don't have a second Cyrus and hope that we like hit our other Misty and then hit heads for this Gyarados, I think is the line. Thanks for the almost 5 years, Tobias. Good morning, good morning. Eh? This technically isn't lethal this turn, even if we hit it. I think we're on the 0 outer now, right? Is there a way to make Alakazam playable again? So that's what we call a loaded question. It comes with the implication that there was previously a point when Alakazam was playable, of which there is not. Marty Punker. The man, the myth, the Hoglandian legend. 99-month resubscription at tier 3. Almost time to add another member to our triple digit sub club. Lopunny. I mean, to set a low bar, I think Lopunny is better than Alakazam. Oh, man. I posted this one the other night, and someone in the Discord server said they were actually winning games with it, so I feel like I probably need to get this one out of my system. If this ain't just the biggest abomination you'll ever look at. Okay, I'm gonna tap an ad roll, and I'm gonna take some time to flare all of the cards in this monstrosity, and then we're gonna play this when we get back. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Good morning, good morning. It's giving me folds to Hitmonlee and Manaphy vibes. Well, good thing both of those cards suck. Which energies does this deck use? I have Psychic, Fire, and Water. But it might be right to be just Fire and Water, yeah. I don't actually know. Hey, Adrian, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Miko, thanks for continuing your gift sub. Good morning, good morning. All right, now that we're done flaring, I think I'm gonna hop on the bike for the morning. Speaking of Flexi Spot. These look like 20 cards you are allowed to play. They are legally allowed to be contained in the same deck. Skype. Who's the attacker here? So, this card actually attacks for just 1 psychic energy. Fun fact. So, I'm playing a psychic energy in the deck too, which might be wrong. But we're gonna start there. Thank you, sir. Didn't fit before may I have another in the deck name, so we just went with may I have another. I had a very excellent family trip, to people who are asking. And for those of you that don't have children, you should note I said family trip and not vacation, because vacations you get to sleep on. I spent 3.5 days chasing small children around a water park. Which was fun, but it was not a vacation. I am actually looking for basic Pokemon here, so I'm going to research first. Perfection. I saw a thread about you on Reddit. Listen, the games I play change, but one eternal constant in my life is that the types of people who frequent Reddit are not a fan of experiencing moderation, so I'm sure whatever your thread was you saw on Reddit, they were perpetually glowing fans and very excited that I exist. So want to retreat this out. Put this on here. I don't know if I'm evolving another Dusknoir or putting another Shaman out. Yeah, it could be a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. How do you register damage with this deck? We have Rough Skin, and eventually we can attack with Dragon Claw as well. Okay, well, I mean, here's the game plan. I'm not gonna say our game plan is good, but I am going to say there's a very real chance this game draws on turn 40 or turn 30 or whatever it is. Your move, Yugi boy. Okay, so we'll go heal 10, heal 10, move the damage over. We'll grab the 50 that remains. And the next turn, if we hit with Dragon Claw, we knock him out, yeah? I enjoy it when a plan comes together. Mr. Drudagon, nice and healthy. Give him the old claw here. Unlucky. Unlucky. You fool! You've cured my confusion. Thank you. And then we're going to put energies on this because we can eventually attack with Dusclops here as well. So if they go energy, they only heal to 70 here. So I assume they're truffle shuffling to Ms. Magius. Oh gosh, and with the Gardevoir, they could actually... Wait. This seems like a mistake, yeah? I feel like they were supposed to retreat this and then put this up and attack me with it. Do they have, like... They need Potion and Cape to not be dead on the backswing here. Weird. I think I'm just supposed to take the knockout point, yeah? Or the 2 points, I should say. Unfortunately, can only get to 60, so I can't live these hits. And then what's the plan here? Like, we put up Dusknoir, we crack them for 70, and then we find the other Drudagon. I think is the plan. We have one Drudagon, one research in 4 cards, so 50-ish%. Yeah, if these capes had been potions, this lives here, yeah? Unironically. If one of them... I actually have 2 capes and 1 potion in this deck. Maybe we should flip it. Maybe we should be... Do I play around a copy of Sabrina here? And put a cape on Shaman? Yeah, probably. Do I want to pivot to Drudagon here? Do I want to pivot to Drudagon? Because this gets me Drudagon. I think yes is the answer. Problem here is, if I don't heal this, we die to Osiris, so I guess we have to potion it as well. Because they can put this up and put 2 energies on it with their Gardevoir. But I have to do this. Otherwise, the Cressla is lethal. Man, do you think they're on 2 Cyrus at a Sabrina? They could be. Are we dead? I think we're dead. No, not quite. Because I can, so I take 80. I'm just assuming they don't have a Cyrus or Sabrina. If they have that, obviously we're dead. But, this takes 80. And then I heal it to 60. And then this heals to 60. And then I put the cape on it and I pull the damage off. So we technically live for another turn here, yeah? Do I have a line to actually win the game though, is the problem. So this pulls the damage off of here successfully. But then we're gonna be 10 points short, yeah? I can hit them to 10. Oh, they heal. Never mind. They heal all the way back up. I needed one more turn. GG, opponent. Okay, I think I'm going to... switch our potion cape split. If we'd have had 2 potions instead of 2 capes, I think we'd have won that one. I'm really confused why people keep asking for Rocky Helmet. Like, was there a specific breakpoint you think you saw there? Stop messing with my energies deck. People just like Rocky Helmet Druidegard. Yeah, I think so. What's going on, Ben? Good morning. Opponent has first energy advantage, but we have first evolution advantage, which is not bad for getting to our Dusknoir ASAP. Is Tauros obsolete? Yeah, Tauros's damage breakpoints don't line up in the current metagame. This is the TLDR. I think I need to hit this evolution on Curve here, so we gotta go dig in with this communication. So unfortunately, I gotta throw back Shaman, but... with the other Drudagon draw, I think I'm gonna chill on this for now, and we'll let them clear this one and build this back one, I think is the plan now. Chaos Gregor, thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Fair. To the 6,000 different people who have offered me up 1,200 different card suggestions for this deck. Listen, gamers, I promise you this deck is trash. And you can and should just follow your heart and play the cards that you want to play. Stop trying to min-max my deck that's assuredly bad. Please and thank you. There's 20 cards. Play the 20 cards you want to play. I don't have strong opinions on which utility cards I'm playing. The eternal truth is, no matter which cards I play, people will suggest whichever card won the most recent game that I lost is something that I should add into the deck. And then they'll lose a different game because it's not the other utility card I was previously playing. Tackiest, thank you for the 21 months. Welcome back. With the Drudagon draw, I think we Pokeball first, because now I'm looking for evolutions for this. I want a Shaman too. Perfect. So, Shaman plus evolutions for D-Skull here are the droids I'm looking for. Have you seen or had any success with Dragonite Jax? Dragonite is perpetually D tier and likely will never change. Just too many moving parts that aren't good enough. Dragonite decks have stage 2 variants, they have 2 color energy variants, and they have Draco Meteor is high variance variants. Murderface, thank you for the over 4 years. And Tackiest, thank you for the almost 2. Yeah, I expect we'll get an EX Dragonite at some point, and that'll hopefully be sweet. So I think my plan for next turn is to heal this back to full, so that way we don't lose it to a copy of, don't lose it to a copy of, what's it called? Cyrus? I think we let this lead Drudagon take hits while we build up other Drudagon in the back, since they had first energy advantage. And we had to spend the energy to pivot the Duskull. it'll take them 3 attacks to get through this with Shaman backing it up, which is nice. Which gives us time to get this online. Says local man, never going to hit a water energy. Perfection. Actual perfection. I'm gonna wait on the communication for now, because I think in a perfect world I'd like to keep my other Shaman here. I think I'm gonna hold this for a Mew or something else. Perfect. So that's the type of thing I'd like to communicate in. I don't need another D-Skull at this avenue. Nice. There's the Dusclops. Now this is ready to go. This is gearing up. We have second Shaman behind us. There's a Great Wolf that opened by us. What are your thoughts on a 2-year-old and a 7-month-old? They have smaller areas for the 2-year-old that are fine. Overall, like pound for pound in terms of water park, I think Great Wolf is a good bit worse than the other water parks I've been to. I'm not sure that my family will go back. The kids had fun. It's just like we have the Wisconsin Dells is like only another hour past the Great Wolf we went to, and the Dells is definitely a better experience. I'm chilling on this last bench slot. Could be a Shaman, but could also be a Mew here. Yeah, we've done the wilderness in the Wisconsin Dells over the summer because they have a mix of indoor and outdoor parks. The kids love that one. I've not been to Kalahari. I've heard good things about it, though. So if they attack me a single time here, the Dragon Claw finishes them on the backswing. What does your family do / listen to on the drive to a vacation? Usually Broadway musical soundtracks. Am I powering up a copy of Mew? I don't think so. I think I'm putting the energies here for now. I think I put the cape here. I want to put the cape here so that way if they have Dawn next turn, they can't go retreat this Dawn 4th energy up to this and crack me with Dialga. Trying to figure out how to beat a Drudagon that can attack. They're not used to being in this position. Oh, this is clever. So they have a potion, which means they can pivot. They can hit me. I need to draw. I need my stage 2. That's what I need here. Which we have 2 plus Aretha, 80% to find my stage 2 here. This was literally the only card in my deck that didn't get us the stage 2. My 4 cards in my deck are 2 Stage 2s, a Professor's Research, and a Pokemon Communication. It's actually kind of incredible. What if I go second Shaman, energy here, retreat these off, and then hit these twice? We're gonna die to a Cyrus, unfortunately, but I don't have any agency to play around that. If they don't have Cyrus, we get to hit our stage 2 and then potentially be in an okay spot. Oh, that's so good for us, gamers. So I'm gonna take the damage off of this. And now they no longer kill the Druidagod with Cyrus. And oh, I guess they can kill this one with Cyrus though. But I think that's actually fine for me. I think we do this. I want them to force the Dialga up to take this so the Druidagod can come up and hit it to start. Is Regigigas playable in your opinion? Regigigas has no competitive results for a reason. And I doubt that that's changing anytime soon. Wait, did they just pivot to a thing they can't attack with? That's a curious decision. Have we tried Executor Duskdoor? So, I understand that I'm currently playing a deck that is likely very bad. However, one of the things I try not to do is build decks that are just worse versions of other established things. And while this deck is at least doing an interesting and unique combination of things, as opposed to just being like a much worse Executor deck, right? Like there's a very clear, obvious game plan here that's unique, as opposed to just like, okay, we're gonna shove this card behind Executor and it kinda doesn't accomplish anything that you're not already accomplishing there. I think we've got this one locked up, gamers. I don't know how they're gonna pound through this. What turn? That's true. If they hit enough Garden Grills, I suppose there's a world where we draw. I don't know. I don't know how they win from here, right? Current turn is 21. We don't draw till 30, chat, so we've got plenty of time here. Plenty of time. Pull this 10 off of here, just so we don't go down to a random Giovanni plus this one in the back. What's the saying? We're here for a long time, not a good time. That's accurate. Yes, exactly. Maticus, thanks for the year and a half. Welcome back. This is our opponent pausing to contemplate their life decisions that led them to this point. Locked in a room with a Drudigon, a Dusknoir, and 2 Shamans. Is this that quiet quitting the boomers always complain about? Look at our adorable flower hedgehog chat. Grego, thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back. Done here, gamer? I think we're done here. Opponent's gonna take a minute, but we're gonna be done here in a second, I'd wager. Do you think new Electrode liking going first is worth exploring? I think the deal 50s for 1 on stage 1 tend to not be competitive, no. They're taking that Dusknoir on the way out the door with them, chat. Got me. Ritos, thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Turn 25. Look at that. We had 5 turns to spare, gamers. Everybody acted like we were going to run out of time. 5 turns to spare. That's so many extra turns. Thanks. A blazing pace, really. All right. We need to take an ad break. I need to run to the bathroom. I'm going to put this abomination up on the screen. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here shortly. If you're enjoying the stream on the YouTube side, don't forget to tap the like button. Appreciate everybody that's here for our first day back after my short break. Thanks for hanging out. Who suggested this horrible deck? Wow. I am hurt. Why would you attack something that fell out of my brain so viciously? No, we're not taking viewer submissions today, chat. We're playing decks that I'm interested in playing. I should probably play something that I might actually play in a tournament, but I also kind of want to play a couple more games with this. I'll play a couple more with this, then we'll play something a little bit more serious. We're going to play in a tournament in 2.5 hours, I think, is the game plan. Hey, Comics Cave, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate it. I'm gonna rush to find that other basic here. We're probably just cooked to a Gyarados deck. I gotta take a mulligan. I don't think we'd beat a deck that just 140s us a bunch. There's definitely a deck that's looking to exist based on the fact that people doing singular big hits aren't a huge thing anymore. Syntax error. Thank you for the 39 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Or at the very least, if they're a big hitter, they need to be. We have one copy of Mew in the deck. Gyarados is like kind of uniquely good against us because Mew can't kill it on the backswing, but things like Charizard or Palkia or Mewtwo would be good against what this deck is looking to do, and then Mew is good against all of those. The actual factual psychic energy with Mew gonna be potentially very relevant here. Gonna do its best far-fetched impersonation. Looking for a Shaman or a Baby Dusk. Shaman is lovely. Hit him with the Flower Garden. Hey, Skittles. Thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. They could crack us for 60. And then, unless they have a Giovanni, the Shaman actually means we're winning this race, yeah? Oh, baby. How, baby? Am I powering up Drudagon? I can't decide. Probably. If there's not a fire energy underneath here, we probably put the next energy on Mew. Zoptic, thank you for the hanging out. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Gallade one-shots a fully powered Mew. It does 130, yeah. Of Lucario, it even clears it through a cape, yeah. Or just dead to X-Speed Gallade, yeah. Alright, no Gallade. No fire energy either, though. So with one energy on here, Gallade's only dealing 110, right? It does 70, 90, 110. So I don't need to, I can just side shot here again. See, Kabutops come up here. Seventy healing every turn. I think we're dead. All right, let's play something that's capable of winning games for a little bit. Try and figure out what we're playing this afternoon. This one is certainly an unsmokable piece of chestnut. The Light Carrier, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Appreciate it. So again, for people that don't understand why I left that last game, obviously I wasn't going to lose the game the following turn. However, there wasn't a permutation where that game could play out back and forth where I end up winning the game. So I left because It was going to take us a long time, but eventually we were going to lose, and we were just going to be wasting time while we were doing it. I was kind of overplaying the deck, so spending a bunch of time to eventually lose while also being overplaying our deck isn't really a good use of anyone's time, my own included. Golrath, thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I think I'm waiting a turn on this because I really want both Magnemite and Palkia. So if I draw one of them next turn, it would be ideal. I gotta be honest, gamers, I'm struggling to find a competitive deck I like in this metagame. I feel like most of the decks that I really enjoyed playing just like can't keep up with Executor or Skarmory. It's such a tough squeeze. Like most of the decks I look at where I'm like, yeah, I kind of like this. I'm like, I can't ever play it in a tournament because it's just like dead to rights to Skarmory and Executor. I don't enjoy playing the Skarmory Magnezone deck. It's also not particularly. Yeah, like by the numbers, the metagame is like fine and balanced, but just like all the types of things I really enjoy and feel very pushed out. Prime Viridian, thank you for the almost 2 years. Welcome back. Is there a Bird Ape deck that you like? There isn't really. Jace, thank you for the 71 months. Welcome back. Well, I appreciate the deck suggestions from chat. Like, most of, like, there were like 7 different deck suggestions just now that I promise you none of them are competitive decks that'll do well in tournaments. And maybe we'll just take a break from playing tournament stuff and we'll just play more viewer decks, I think is a possibility, because playing in the random queue, you can kind of win with anything and it's pretty whatever. I'm gonna take this morning to try a couple of things I was doodling on, but Honestly, I think there's a chance I just cool it on playing in the community tournaments until we have a new expansion next week. Maybe it's that you don't enjoy Magnezone. My dear gamer in Christ. My dear gamer in Christ. There's literally a Magnezone in my hand. I actually think Magnezone's one of the, like, I'm gonna go on a little bit of a rant here after I type that one out, because I actually think the amount of hostility towards the card Magnezone is one of the most baffling things about this metagame. Because I think Magnezone is one of the most interesting. I actually have a video script half formulated in my head titled Why Pokemon Pocket Needs More Magnezones. Because the amount of hate that this card has gotten from angry gamers is just like so baffling to me. Because in my opinion, it's exactly what Pokemon Pocket needed. It's a single knockout point Pokemon that encourages you to play non-EXs, and it's a card that's actively good while going first, which was also like unironically, I would bet almost every single person complaining about this card this season was complaining last season that having first energy advantage was too good. And a big part of what makes this card good is the fact that it's a card that's good when you don't have first energy advantage. Mogwai went on a tirade on Twitter talking about how Pokemon Pocket doesn't have a good balance team because this card is what it is. But I actually think it really shows just how little he understands what the game design team is doing, because this card having a Magnemite that attacks for colorless really highlights that their team knew exactly what they were doing. So like, it's fine to be like, I disagree with or don't enjoy what this card does, but the idea that like the Pokemon Pocket team didn't actively know what they were creating is just absolute bunker nonsense. Like, it's perfectly fine and reasonable to be... It's perfectly fine and reasonable to be like, I don't enjoy Magnezone, or I wish it was different, or I wish it didn't work the way that it does. But it is absolutely not true that their design team didn't know exactly what they were creating. And that's an important distinction, right? Like, there's a difference between... My opponent misclicked through their attack. Rip. If they didn't have Cyrus, they were dead anyways, though, right? There's a big difference between, like, okay, I disagree, or I don't like this design, or I wish it was different, and the design team is bad at their jobs and doesn't test their game. Well, that's, I hate that type of attitude too, right? You're beefing with Mogwai. No. I'm taking something that Mogwai said, and I'm articulating my position on what he said while not agreeing with it. Why does that have to be beef? Why can't I just articulate my position that's different from his? Why do so many people have to take a discussion of ideas personally? Like me, if anything, he's the one that's kind of making it personal against the designers, and I'm talking about how we should be taking a step back and being like, oh, this is very clearly an explicit and intentional design, right? It's because people put their entire personalities into their opinion on something. You know, against fighting energy, I think I actually lead Palkia here. Leading Drudagon against a potential Kickmonlee sounds not great. That's the other amusing follow-up. The person who said you're beefing said calm down, it's just a joke. Pro tip. Jokes are supposed to be funny and make people laugh. If someone calls you out on something you say being nonsense or rude, it's not a joke when you say it's a joke after. You saying it's a joke is you trying to escape personal accountability for the thing that you said. I think I want second Palkia on the bench to play around a copy of Sabrina here. These fighting decks often play. Thanks for hanging out, Nightstorm. Good to have you here. No Magnezone, eh? I think I'm building up this back Palkia as opposed to the front one because Gallade's gonna hit hard based on how many energies we have. So we'll just keep slashing with this for the time being. And then hopefully we'll be able to Dimensional Storm clear the Gallade out. So obviously they could have a copy of, Cyrus here, but I think I go ahead and pull this out. Try and give me time to build up to the Dimensional Storm here. Hey, J Prime, thanks for the 11 months. Welcome back. Let's do this. I would love another copy of Leaf to be able to pull this out at some point. They have no cards in hand here. Hey, Houday, thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate that. Yeah, dead to Osiris at any point, unfortunately. Okay, so what's the game plan here? I think the game plan is energy here, and then we pivot this, and with the Misty Heads, I have enough to Dimensional Storm twice. So this'll... Druidigod dying. I mean, the Druidigod dying doesn't matter. I genuinely don't understand the hostility tour. I don't even understand the idea that Magnezone is in most of the decks when you look at the actual play rate data and can see that that's not true. Like, just for reference, so we could talk about specifics here. Magnezone was in 22% of the successful decks in Pokemon Pocket's recent competitive tournaments. Executor was in 42% in the same freaking sample size. So is Magnezone a format staple? Yeah. Is it a similar play rate to Mewtwo or Pikachu or Charizard in previous formats at various junctures? Also, yes. We were dead here let's explain why we were dead here regardless. And I'm kind of at a point where we're gonna take viewer decks and just stop playing the tournament. So if I have 1 point at this point. I have 0 points before I take the Lucario knockout. So if I... Oh, let's dunk on this idiot chatter before we do. The Pokemon Company is just lazy, releasing new cards and repeating the same events again and again. No one ever talks about that. Listen here, my dearest mouth-breathing chud who is now banned on my channel. I hear people make that complaint constantly, and it's very silly constantly. New cards are the content in a card game. Like, that's literally, like, I don't know, like, maybe that one happens a lot because people have just never played a card game before. But, like, that's how card games work, is live service games. In other card games, there's a ranked ladder that resets every month or whatever, every season. And in here, we have 2 PvP events that happen. Like that, it's like you play the game to play the game, and the new cards are the new content. Like, that's how these work. And like, it's fine if you're like, maybe this is your first card game and you're like, I don't like this, I'm not into it. But like, you should just play a different game rather than coming into my chat and being like super negative about it. This game here. People asking about why we didn't put the cape on here. I have 0 points. I take this knockout. If I put a cape on here, they put Marshadow up and hit me with Marshadow, and then the Gallade kills me the following turn. So this is one of those spots. This is one of those spots where we're checkmated. We're checkmated regardless. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna try. We can take another ad break, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try one more deck, I think, but I kind of. If you Sabrina the Marshadow out, the Dimensional Storm kills it, right? I mean, the same thing happens at either way, Somethino. They hit me with one thing and then do the other, and Sabrina can't force the Marshadow up, right? They can pick what they put up. Speaking of checkmate, do you play chess at all? I do not play chess. Chess is all skill-based, and I do not have the time to dedicate to being good at chess. And if I don't have the time to dedicate to being good at a game, I'm not going to enjoy it, so I just don't play it. I dislike that Pokemon Company, they print cards that are bad. That's also just how card games work. Like, maybe Marvel Snap was your first card game based on that comment, but Marvel Snap's the exception to the rule that they don't have lots of constant filler. You can see the why did you see the tournament page better? Booster pack seed card filler. All right, have an advert. I'm gonna stew on if I want to try one more thing, or if we're just gonna play kind of bad things. Thanks for hanging out, Doko. I'm debating on whether or not I want to play an event. I really just don't love any of the decks. None of the decks I like feel competitive in the tournament metagame. And I think we could still have fun playing casually, but I think I might be burned on tournaments this season, if I'm being honest. Superman, thank you for over 2.5 years. Welcome back. I actually really haven't liked the Skarmory decks, Niv. They don't have a lot of maneuverability, and they often live or die based on whether they lead Skarmory. I'll give this a try. This is the closest thing to a meta deck that I've enjoyed. Yeah, there's also only a week until the what's it called? Does Blastoise get played out? The Manaphy decks just have an impossible time with Skarmory is the issue. I was enjoying the maybe I should just play the Blastoise deck. And just accept that we die to Skarmory. That's also only okay against Egg though too. Odie, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you for the 2.5 years. Good morning, good morning. Roof Toilet, hanging out for half a year. Sabander. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Kinda basic. Not quite the droid we're looking for. I'm gonna decline playing this out so we can play around a copy of Sabrina. I mean, the complaint about them repeating events doesn't remotely get solved by ranked, right? Like, ranked in games like this is the epitome of just having repeat events, right? See, I actually really enjoyed brewing the first week when the Darkrai decks were popular. I enjoyed building and brewing into the Darkrai decks a lot. The thing that feels stifling as someone who wants to like build and play new decks is it feels really hard to build and play. It feels really hard to build and play against these really aggressive decks. Our opponents made some curious choices here. So they're dead, but this wasn't really a measure of much. I mean, I hate asking viewers to like do the game designer's job for them, but like, what does a new event even look like for Pokemon Pocket? I'm very much not a game designer, but I genuinely can't fathom or comprehend what does that look like? For the people that are like, that's a relatively common. I wish they wouldn't just repeat the. What does a different event look like? Yeah, like asynchronous tournaments. Are you reading other chats? Yeah, I dual stream on YouTube at the same time we're live on Twitch. Custom band list formats. See, I really don't expect them to do custom band list formats like no EX. That's not. It really sounds like custom rules queue. Like those are the types of things you do when your game's well developed and stale. Like I don't know. I personally would find it really unenjoyable to have to be forced. Like it sounds like if the things that people are coming up with are like. You want to force me to play the game in a specific way. See, I actually think custom formats would not be fun. I personally don't find them remotely enjoyable at all. Also, as much as I'd enjoy... Yeah, I don't know. As someone who's experienced a lot of other games that put a lot of artificial restrictions on the players like that, those artificial restrictions tend to, like, take my enjoyment of the game and, like, crater it. Really, I really enjoy that Pokemon Pocket. It's just like, hey, you should play the game the way you want to play it. Norf, thank you for the 21 months. Welcome back. And this is really, maybe we should just play viewer decks in the random queue for the next week because, like, you know, it's so different than playing in a tournament, right? Like in a tournament, you don't play against Scorpy Kroganunk, right? You kind of like, when I talk about like metagame, when I was talking about like not having a deck that I enjoy for tournaments, people offered up a lot of decks that are like kind of mediocre, and like you can play those types of decks in this type of setting, right? Because most of the other decks you're playing against are also like people just playing cards that they like, which there's nothing wrong with that. It's just very different than like trying to find a deck in the more that's playable in the more competitive setting. Oh my goodness, I forgot to attach my energy for the Turks for talking and clicking. I actually don't think it matters because mana fee's mana fee, but definitely just click through it. Steel Berserker, thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. That's funny. Missing the energy now is actually punishing because they have Sabrina. I mean, I also just, like, wouldn't have fun playing Egg Celebi in a tournament. Like, it has nothing to do with, like, how much I would enjoy winning or losing. Like, something that I think a lot of people don't appreciate is how much more you will win or not when you are playing a deck that you have fun with. And playing a deck like Egg Celebi is just not a gameplay experience that I personally would enjoy. Yes, I do really wish there was a separate warding for supporter versus energy, because the supporter warding is obnoxious to the point of being useless, whereas the energy one would be useful. I'd leave it on. Used to play a lot of eggs before it became meta. I never played Celebi eggs at all. We played Executor in a lot of interesting 2-color decks. But that's very, very different than what the good Executor deck is, right? Redwick, thank you for the over 7 years. Welcome back. No, 2-color decks have never been competitive in Pokemon Pocket's brief history. I would expect it's just a matter of time before we get things that make two-color decks more consistent. They gave us Pokemon Communication to make... what's it called, more consistent. Stage 2, so I expect it's only a matter of time before we get something done. I think my least favorite part about dual streaming is when I give someone a timeout or whatever on one platform and then they come over and post on the other one with the same username. Like, I'm not gonna notice. Like when my 4-year-old thinks she's getting away with something. So we're done here. Arnagath, thank you for the 2 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Cards to watch going into the next release. I don't understand what that question means. Can you give me an example of a card to watch? Do you prefer Empoleon to Vaporeon, or is it too early to tell? I am confident Vaporeon is bad. The stats on the Vaporeon builds of this archetype have consistently underperformed week over week. There's a good chance this is also bad, but I don't have certainty surrounding it. So yeah, it looks promising, but needs better supporters. Probably the 2-color stuff. Garchomp's. Garchomp's a card that's like real good. If it gets a little bit more consistent, I think. But in general, it's hard to say anything more specific than 2-color cards need support without having any idea what's coming in the expansion. It's not really something you can predict. I've been playing a lot of this, and I think it might be bad, but it's also great. Yeah, the breakpoints this card hits are really interesting, I think. I think Zebstrika is one of the best going first Pokemon in the game at the moment. Can you articulate why you feel that is, despite the fact that Zebstrika literally has no competitive results in Pokemon Pocket at the moment? Help me understand your point of view. Yeah, also saying Zebstrika is the best going first card in a world where Executor's putting up 42% of the top tournament finishes is it's definitely a take to have. It one-shots Manaphy and Water deck. So I know you are just watching me play a Manaphy deck against another Manaphy deck, but you should be aware that Manaphy decks account for, like, single-digit percentages of, like, metagame representation. So, like, being like, this card's really good because it's good against this thing that's not very popular is, generally speaking, not a great angle to take. There's no cards that are good for going first aside from eggs. I mean, Magnezone is right there. It's a big part of what makes that card good is it's good when going first. Eggs and Magnezone are two of the most competitive cards. Is there a deck with both of them? There is not, because it's bad deck building to put those cards together. It's a good lesson that cards are often good in the context of the things they're being played with. So why are Executor and Magnezone bad together? Well, Executor and Magnezone fill the same role in your deck. And generally speaking, you want to diversify the roles that your cards fill. So Executor and Magnezone are not only both good when going first, they're also both good in terms of letting you charge a secondary attacker up. They don't require a large energy investment. So Executor and Magnezone are both threats that let you to invest in another threat simultaneously. So you want to pair them with a card like Yanmega or Celebi or something else that you could dump a lot of energy into. It's not even about Magnezone not working with Erica. It's 100% about the type of role they fill in the deck. They occupy an identical role in the deck that you play them in. Getting on our one Palkia was unfortunate, but top decking X speed is great here. Pull this out, and then with our copies of Dawn here, we actually could have start attacking with Yanmega next turn, which is huge. Which might honestly be enough to run them out of this game. If they brick on their stage 1 here one more time, it's probably enough. They hit. I don't know that we can beat Gallade. Was Egg underestimated in the previous metagame? I mean, the Celebi deck was competitive in the previous metagame as well. It was already a top tier thing, and it got good supporting tools. This might actually be our saving grace, yeah? Because... Oh... Shoot. This lets them kill the Manaphy and pick up their first point. I think we're gonna be in a can't beat Cyrus / Sabrina position. So I can Yanmega Air Slash this, they hit me, I pivot back to this, and put another energy on here, and then they hit this. I can't just retreat and attack with the Magnezone this turn, because then I won't have enough energy on this to attack after we hit this, so... It's definitely a hope for no Sabrina / Cyrus angle, which is unlikely. Usually these decks play 2 to 3 copies of those, but my out is hope they don't have it. Oh, you know what? If I'd have played this last turn, we could have beaten Sabrina. Oh, I guess I still beat Sabrina, because they only have 1 point. Okay, so we die to Cyrus, but we don't die to Sabrina. Not a terrible place to be, especially considering how bad our start was, starting on the Palkia set us so far behind. Other Hitmonlee was also lethal? Yeah. Is Gallade becoming more popular? Nope. You gotta understand, chat, there's millions of people playing millions of games every single day. Any tiny sample that you see is not representative. It's very easy to hit a streak of things that are not particularly popular. The only public-facing popularity metrics we have are inside of tournaments. Those are pretty well-established metagames at this point for this metagame. I think the Gallade decks are really solid against not Executor, which they're one of the decks I really wish I could play. I like them, but I just can't realistically play a deck that's going to be dead to Executor most of the time in a tournament. Leading on my 1 Palkia in my 7 basic deck 2 games in a row is incredibly frustrating. Thanks for the 3.5 years, Ravencroft. Appreciate it. Someone asks, is Gallade becoming more popular? And then I queue into my 2nd Gallade opponent in a row. 3rd Gallade opponent in my last half a dozen games. Wake up, sheeple. The truth is out there. My dear chatter who asked, was it becoming more popular? How much is Big Gallade paying you? Is it worth being in their pocket? I just opened my 2nd Gallade this morning. How deep does this conspiracy go? Asking the real questions. Hey, Luatek, thank you for the primer. Appreciate the over a year. And everything else in that time. Welcome back. This is likely a Magnemite. Well, I'm gonna take this opportunity to charge up Yanmega, or just get Manaphy going, I think. The Infernape decks have really bad stats. They're like good against Executor and not really good against anything else. we pivot into the Palkia here and clear this? And then they don't kill Palkia on the backswing? Right, this only does 90. And then I can pivot to Yanmega. They only do 110 to Yanmega once it discards an energy, which means that I can take a hit from the helmet and still not be dead on the backswing. Wait, what? Honey. I guess this works out for them. I think I put the energy here still, yeah? Does their second Gallade get us with this line? It might. So I put this up, I do this. They pivot to second Gallade, hit me to 10. No, I think I'm still good because of Dawn, yeah? So they go energy, Gallade, hit me. I 120 them, they clear. I put this up, I go second energy, Dawn, the third finish. Okay, so unless they have... They need like a Giovanni here to finish this turn. Why not second energy onto the Palkia in case you want to hit it the following turn. That leads us to Potion or Cape, yeah? I think. And with the Cyrus, we are unfortunately checkmated to the Kickmodley, yeah? I guess if I would have done this, we would have had the lethal here because this already had damage marked on it. That's a good catch. I don't know. I was thinking we wouldn't have a knockout with that either way, but because that damage marked on it, I don't know. The potion. I guess Cyrus is more likely than Potion or Cape. So maybe that's the better line. Need to run some ads. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I don't know what we're playing when we get back yet. I haven't. Nothing's hitting right this morning. I don't know. I'm just feeling off. Goodness. Honestly, I might just turn chat off today. I'm feeling extra prickly and chat's not helping. I want to go to the bathroom. I might just play the rest of the stream without chat. I'm gonna do that actually and see how my mood feels. I'm gonna turn chat off on both the streams. I'm just not I'm not into it. Behave. Have fun. Have fun chatting amongst yourselves. I'm just gonna hang out and play some games. I'm not going here. The stream's gonna keep going, but I'm just gonna stop. I'm gonna stop reading chat. And see how that feels. Just hang out and talk about the games that we're playing and be a little bit less distracted, probably a little bit happier. Chansa, thank you for the 1.5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Zeus, thank you for the 6 months. I think we lead Yanma here. Obviously, we want Manaphy as an ideal lead, but this is better than being stuck on Palkia at least. Oh my goodness, it's actually like the 12th Gallade deck in a row. That's so funny. There's been so many of them this morning. I'm gonna pivot to Manaphy here. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go digging for my Magnemite. A second, Yanma. Wonder if it's even right to shuffle these. I guess it saves me some damage here, but realistically, I'm probably moving back to this next turn to take the knockout. Tokyo Whirlwind, thank you for the over 5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. So they're pivoting out so that way Yanmega doesn't clear their Gallade next turn. Smart. They bricked their stage 1 though, which means we're just gonna like put some fire under them and hopefully run them out of the game. Hey, thanks for the super chat, John. Appreciate it. Thanks for the tip, Niv. Yanmega does just run a lot of people out of the game is the basic idea behind this deck. You get to get it set up early and start hitting often with it. The one thing, thanks for the brand new Prime, appreciate it. Oh my goodness, the 10 damage marked on this means it actually eats it to this Dorko, yeah? So we're probably cooked here. Does that mean I shuffle again? I think that actually means I shuffle again because they hit the stage 1 here. Let's do this and then charge these up in the back. Because if the Gyarados comes up and knocks this out, we'll be able to clear it with the Air Slash on the backswing, which is great. The question is, do they have their stage 2 plus a copy of Cyrus to run this down? Smells like it. My dearest gamer, I'm not certain you thought this one through. That is a concession and more clicks here, basically, yeah. I believe our opponent has decided to leave the building. Down here, salt is a way of life. Oh, gamers. What a bitter gamer. I have this in my editor. Because we tried Dusknoir Gengar. It, like, obviously wasn't very good, yeah? But the Dusknoir is a card that's kind of impressed me. I trick myself into playing this. Miss Magius has been my somewhat happy spot in the metagame. Chop Stuff has also done some things in some places. And if I play this one with the chat off, I won't have to read everybody asking me why I'm not playing second Cynthia, so there's a pretty big upside to playing this while I've got the chat minimized. First evolution advantage is not terrible if the Garchomp evolutions light up. Fortunately, we only have the basic here. I think that means I lead on Duck. Doof Gaming. Tree cost on this thing is so much. Goes down in 1-2 Gabite though, which is nice. Play out the extra basic to play around a copy of Sabrina. I don't want them super fanging my Gibble friend. There's a water energy under this, so it'd be real solid for us. Nice. Okay. Honestly, this last slot's probably just another Garchomp line, yeah? Just start working up towards the second. Chomp plus Cynthia clears a Weavile in one. Anything out. I assume we're getting Spirit Tubed then. Really surprised to see a Cape here. I feel like they should be saving that for Weavile to play around the Cynthia Chomp hit. Shear through this communication here. Nice. It's exactly what we're looking for. Ear off the cob. Thank you for the 16 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Then I don't think we're Marshadowing at this point. I think we're just, like, investing in a second Chomp for down the line. Then how do these breakpoints line up? So their Bidoof crunches Chomp down to 60. And then it goes to 40 when I hit the Rocky Helmet. And then Potion plus Cape means I survive a Weavile hit still, right? I suppose a Darkrai could throw a kink in that if they have one. But with Spiritomb and Bidoof, I'd be kind of surprised if they have room for that also. Hopefully there's a fighting energy under this, or we could just build a second Chomp in the back. So 80, 100. I think we just accept that we're scuffed to Darkrai or Giovanni plus Weavile. They have 0 knockout points, so I'd actually have a window to hit this still. I don't think I'm supposed to shear here. There's only 2 cards left in my deck. Yeah, they're just dead here. They don't have the Weavile. And even if they had it, the Cynthia would clean it out anyways. This type of deck that's like sweet in the cube, I don't know how we ever beat a copy of Executor with it. We're going first. Let's lead the Gibble and Believe, chat. There's a fighting energy under here, and we're gonna find our evolutions. That thing takes an eternity to attack. Yeah, buddy. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. So we saw some draws here. But hold on to the duck and the shaman, because one or both of those might get pitched back with the communication going digging for Garchomp. Garchomp's... One of the interesting things about the templating on Garchomp as a card is that when you hit both your energy types, it's both decent going first and second. Because when you're going second, you hit for 20 and then 60. And when you're going first, you just hit for 100 when you attach your second energy. There's a really neat dynamic to it. Part of me wants to just get Kickmon going, but giving up our energy on this is not super appealing. Chomperson. Okay, am I using a Farfetch'd this match? I might. I'm probably not using Kickmon. I think I want to get shifting towards the second Chomp here. Well, does Shaman's breakpoints help at all? Maybe Shaman's breakpoints don't help here because they're hitting in really big bursts, yeah? Well, I guess this is 50 altogether. 40 versus 50 is about the same, I think. Hit him with the claw here. If there's a fighting energy underneath this, we could clear the Cresselia and then have this ready to go. So we hit this for 100 and then hit it for another 100 with Marshadow. It's going to kind of come down to, do we have another one under here? Oh, I suppose that's where Duck could be useful. If they don't have extra sustain for this. They don't have extra sustain for this. Duck finishes it. Oh, you know, this is 60 and then 60. Maybe we were supposed to keep the Shaman. Shaman would have forced them to have Cynthia here, yeah? Cyrus is an incredible draw. So, something to be aware of is when you Cyrus, it pulls the Toga Kisses overdrive bonus off. And we hit this energy here too. So I think, well, with water this and this, what's the plan? So I go Cape up to 100, and I'm going to go Potion up to 120. So that way we don't die to Overdrive plus their Cynthia next turn, because they've lost their bonus. And then we'll 100 them, and then this does at least 60 next turn, yeah? Although I'm probably just supposed to do this, right? Yeah, as much as having another one of these sounds fun, I think it's, they're just not beating 100 and 100. If I go 100 into 60, there's a world where they have like 2 potions or a cape and a potion. There's no reason to give them that out, I don't think. Hey, look, it's the Cynthia we played around. Noise, noise. Cynthia knows who her real baby is, chat. Her real baby is Garchomp. Our mommy is full art. She loves us more. Not that we have much options here. You with Psychic Energy. Interesting. River Ghost, thank you for the brand new Prime support. Appreciate that. Like one of your finest Gabites, please, deck. Sorry, did I say Gabite? I meant Gimbal. Poor little dragon Pokemon all confused in my brain. Have my cake and eat it too. Lovely, lovely. Play all our friends out here. Are they classic Mewtwo? $140 HP on my Garchomp, Monka. I have Cynthia, and we could draw a Cape. Yes, maybe? Maybe? With a second water energy here, we definitely put the first one on Farfetch'd, yeah? And take this hit. And then ideally, there's a fighting underneath it, so we could go water, Garchomp, and then be ready to clean with Garchomp the following turn. Oh, Cape here is such a big deal for them. It means they don't die to Cynthia. And I found Cape for my Chomp to not die to their Mewtwo in one on the back crack. We just don't have any fighting energy. I think no fighting energy third time in a row means we're dead. Just seeing a line here. I could Cape the Farfetch to not die to the Psyshop, but then they can pivot to the Mewtwo and clear with that, and they know they're not in danger of getting attacked by Chomp next turn. Yeah, I think that. It's just energy variance checkmate. Like Fighting Zone. Not attacking, got it. Oh. Garchomp is so close to being a competitive card. I think if we get real two-color support in the next set, Garchomp's got a real chance to be competitive, but it's just so brutal as is. Like if I just get to curve into Slash here, it would be 20 into 60 and we'd clear a Magneton out. But because of two-color energy variants, we just don't have that option. Maybe they won't have their evolution and Duck will finish them. Would be nice. JLP, thanks to re-upping for the 21st month. Welcome back. Winterfell, thank you for the 22. Yikes. Alright, probably dead to Magnezone Cyrus. Otherwise, we have some breathing room. All right, so that Fid's a basic here. And then we have all of our, we have our energy types. And we have a Chomp. Heal our friend up here. I don't think I'm bidding either of these, gamer. We're in a happy spot. If they don't have Magnezone, still I need my potion, yeah. Do not die to Aerodactyl. Oh my goodness. I love it when a plan comes together. Sometimes lucky rubber ducky. Chomperson just like shredding through the library here. Is my Magic the Gathering showing, calling it a library? Yeah. Now we live an Aerodactyl crack through this Rocky helmet. And then Cynthia is here to clean him up. Every bit of the Garchomp Buffalo there coming through to help us beat that early resource variance that was bad for us. There's Milady. She's such a lovely finisher. What a fun set. I like Chomperson. I think I've decided we're going to play in the 12:30 tournament. I'm just going to submit Dialga Yanmega. It's the most competitive deck that has all right matchups that I enjoy. Second, they're playing a dark deck. I'm gonna lead Hitmonlee here because we have fighting energy, so we can kick into their backline here potentially. Communication. They already have a basic. Are looking for a specific basic? Interesting. Go digging for some cards here. So what's the back and forth like? They put 20 here. If I put Farfetch'd up and hit them, it would be 40. They hit me for 20. I hit them for 20. They clear me. So I think we're just evolving this. And we're going to hold on to this Farfetch for the communication fodder. We'll go fighting energy, fighting energy. They clear this. Marshadow can hit back. And if we hit water, Garchomp, Cynthia, we can even clear this in one, potentially. So we have a Marshadow plan in the event that we don't hit Garchomp. If we do hit Garchomp, we can just put that up and start cleaning them out. Nice. There's a Chomp. There's a fighting energy. Okay, with that in mind, actually, do I just do this now? And then next turn we pivot and crack them? Yeah, for sure, right? And if we top deck the Cynthia in 2 draws, we actually just clean them out on the spot. All right, 2 shots at Cynthia. So, unironically here, what if I kick this, because then I get 2 more draws at Cynthia to clear this in 1. And if I kick this, it means if I draw Cyrus, I can pull it back up later, which has value. Yeah, I think the line here is do that. And actually, do I Farfetched then? I could Farfetched and then put Duck up here and hit this next turn. And then they clear it, and then this clears it back. It's a possibility too. I kind of like that. So we'll kick this to give us flexibility with Osiris later. And then they clear this, and then this hits this, and then this clears this. Although I guess the downside to this line is if I find the Cynthia next turn, I can't clear this out. I think it's far-fetched up. There's only 1 Cynthia and 9 cards here. I was gonna say I get into trouble if they have cape here, but they can't cape with the Rocky helmet. Hitting the second full Chomp line actually makes me a little bit sad that I took this sequence. It kind of makes me wish I would have kept the Duck to discard, because then I could have gone Chomp into second Chomp. Usually these decks don't play Potion. Usually they have like one hat, one cape. Although obviously this isn't a tournament match, they could be playing anything. Oh no, I forgot to cape the duck. Wait, what? Okay, I think the opponent, I messed up, but the opponent messed up back. The opponent 100% should have, Oh, okay, I understand now. Okay, so now I'm dead unless I have... I was thinking they should have killed this and forced it up, but with the Cyrus. Now I need Cyrus to not just be dead to this. Yeah, playing this far-fetched out was wrong. Playing this far-fetched out was wrong. I have to give up my other chomp now, yeah? Are we good, though? We might be good, though, because of the healing. Do I need to give up my other chomp? I don't, actually, yeah? Because they actually can't attack me next turn, huh? I think I'm just supposed to sheer digging for Cynthia, though. So I think I just want to kill anything they can put up next turn in a guaranteed go. Oh, that's nice too. Okay, yeah, I think we're actually super good. I think my opponent messed up by not killing my duck with these triggers last turn, but I also could have and should have played around that, so I made a mistake and then they made a mistake back. And now I have 2 points. I think we're just done here. So, not perfect play on either side, but looks like we're gonna come out on top. Even if they have, like, Darkrai plus a Leaf into it, we get 2 draws at, we get 2 draws at Cynthia and 5 cards. Yep, so this is, they're not dead on board. But also, I don't think they have an avenue to not be dead the following turn, even if I miss the Cynthia, right? Because they can only do another 20 here, and then I'm healing a little bit up. I'm actually discarding the research to dig for Mommy because I can't play Mommy after I research, so. There she is, chat. See, you just gotta believe, and Mommy will be here to close the game out for you. Pretty clean. All right, I'm going to throw the deck list up on screen. We'll run an ad break. I'm going to run and grab some food for lunch from upstairs. We'll have a tournament in 45 minutes. We're going to play some more with this on the meantime in between time. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Watch it on the YouTube side. Consider tapping the like button on the live stream. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps the content reach some more people. Yuri. Flying Race, thank you for the 20 months. Welcome back. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Unfortunately, Vord Smith, thank you for the 6 years. It's been a little bit. Welcome back. Melodic, thank you for the 51 months. Good afternoon. Nice. I was saying, if we don't hit the Gible on the first Pokeball, I might actually research in the middle. Just maximize our chance of finding it, but hitting on the first one here means we can just get this going like this. It's really important that we hit Gible on turn 1 when we have Fighting Water guaranteed like this. I think I'm actually just playing all of these out. Building 2 chumps up sounds lovely. Thorals, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Appreciate the Prime again. Wonder what the pause there was about. I think I'm actually going to wait to evolve this second Gible, because it feels like there's a world where dealing 20 for 1 energy might be something I want to have on the table. Locking themselves into only getting 2 blasts with their Pokemon seems a little interesting to me. And then Cynthia means we win the game on the spot, yeah. When it all comes together while your opponent has nothing. Mommy's home. I obviously would have had one more draw at that, but wasn't super likely. One of the really nice things about Garchomp is that in the games like this, where he comes together organically, his reckless shearing ability gives you something to do with these communications you no longer need, basically. We have a fighting under this, we're in a very good spot. Very good spot has been declared. Let's see how it plays out. This switch up to their Kabuto, well, I have Gabite on the bench and fighting energy here is, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out for him here. Would not be surprised if it's a concession angle. How they ever catch up from here? To start building second Jumperson as well now. Lovely. Chomp is just so good when you're going first and have the energy. 100 when you attach your second is so much damage. Throat Chop, thank you for the 10 months. Hold on to these for now, because I don't know exactly which one I might want a communication away yet. Okay. So, nice. We are potentially in a really solid spot here. I'm gonna go ahead and just burn this potion. Keep our Dorko pretty full here. And then we have a draw plus a communication next turn to find Chomperson. There's 2 Chomps, a Gibble, and a Gabite in my deck, so this is 50% to get us where we need to go. Think we're dead on that one? Duck dies in one here, right? It's 40 plus 20. Yeah, we're just done. They're using monkey sleeves. You think they're a monkey Moltres deck? Could be. All right, we have Cynthia. We have Gabite. We just need Fighting Energy and then Chomp to clear this Moltres on curve. Monkey Enjoyer confirmed. Castillo, thank you for that brand new Prime support. There's a lot of great people you could send that to every month on Twitch. Thanks for sending it this way this month. All right. That is, that's a Fighting Energy, and that's a Communication to go digging for our choppers next turn. They didn't cape the Moltres, chap. No respect for the Cynthia jump. See if we can teach him a lesson here. B1, they likely won't soon forget. So we're definitely caping. And then there's a question of, am I churning something to chomp here? Is Cyrus going to be useful this game? I don't know that it is. Let's do this to get the animation down. I think I'm bidding the Cyrus. I think the Duck might be useful. It might be useful together, though. That's so close. I'm gonna bid the Cyrus, but we might live to regret this play. I feel like I just want to build towards second shop if possible. My goodness. My goodness. All right. Apologies for the deep tank. Good timer. Opponent's made a small miscalculation here. Does potion ever matter here? I don't think so. It does because their basic does 20 damage. Ditch the duck. I guess if I had saved the Cyrus, we'd have them dead next turn, but realistically, we probably have that either way, yeah? We'll go ahead and shuffle these. Discard the water energy, because we've got another one of those. So what? They need leaf plus potion to not be dead. All right, there's step one. But even if they have the potion here, right, they can't blitz me 2 turns in a row. Right, Chop asserting its dominance as the superior C tier stage 2. We hang on to second Gimbal here because we're a double communication deck. If we have water energy under here, we get to go gnaw into deal 60 for 80 total, which can clear out, their stage 1 on this. Water! Oops. I think we're still just gnawing here. I think I want to get damage marked on this, so that way when they kill this, the Marshadow can clear a Togekiss. I guess if I would have played this last turn, I would have had this a turn sooner. Is noteworthy. So they need a cape or a potion here to not lose this to Marshadow on the backswing. If they have it, we're probably dead. Long pause here makes me think they don't have it. I don't think I can evolve here. Because if I evolve this one, the drive off lets them choose between knocking these out. So I think I just mark 20 more because now even if they have a potion or cape, they still lose this. And this game's been kind of a good example of why I really like these builds of Chomp that, like, have other game plans. Like, there's been builds of this card going around that are all in on Garchomp, and they only win the game and deal damage with Chomp, and I really don't like those configurations. I think you really need to have some other plan other than just Chomp in order to be functional, because while Chomp is really good when it gets set up and sometimes it runs people down, there's a lot of games where you're like, oh, I need something else to do here. And this gets us to 80, which means we live... Well, I can put Cape on here too, which means we're living through this now, which is great. So I get to clean the Togekiss here with Revenge. And I think I'm holding on to this for now. I think when if they drive off, I put this up, and then I have Water Energy Chomp to attack for 100. And then when they clear the Chomp, Marshadow gets to be active again the following turn. So there's potential to want to just shear this away. Oh, wow, they didn't drive off. I think I shear the duck before I research, because if I shear into Cynthia, I want to clear the Pidgeot this turn. If I'm out of basics here or not. I'm not. I have a Hitmonlee. Other Chomp obviously not doing anything for us. Hitmonlee as a top deck would have let us insulate a knockout against Wing Attack, which would have been nice. My lose condition here. A Sabrina could get us potentially. I think I give them Mars Shadow so I don't die to... So the problem here is, if I put in Mars Shadow, they can pivot to this and clear it. So I think I have to give them this, which means I knock this out, but then I lose to Cyrus and Cynthia, or Cyrus and Sabrina next turn. Hopefully they just don't have room for Cyrus and Sabrina in their double stage 2 deck, but the way this game maneuvered, they do have it out now. If I top deck Hitmonlee, I'm not dead to just Sabrina. I'm dead to Togekiss Sabrina. Is my deck Pokeball, Hitmonlee right now? It is, yeah. 3 cards. Gross. Ow. The Cape Kiss just gets us, yeah. My Cynthia's not enough here. GG, close game. They shouldn't have played the Pidgeot at the end there. Playing the Pidgeot at the end meant that if we had Sabrina instead of Cyrus, they lost the game. So, wasn't able to punish it, but definitely a small mistake on their part. These are really not the droids we're looking for here, huh? If they have a Cyrus to follow this up, we're going to be in a bad way. Usually these Skarmory Zone decks play 2 Sabrina, 1 Cyrus. I think we just accept that if they have the second supporter, we call it Pekkadim. Oh, good golly. All right, that's no Cyrus, no Sabrina here. So I'm saying there's a chance. We hit Gible. Is it 1 turn too late here still? I think it's gonna be 1 turn too late. It's very possible I should have communication digging for the Gible last turn. I'm going to communication the duck this turn. Because if I hit Shaman, the Mars Shadow can live this Skarmory next turn. Alright, and we hit Gambite, which is, you know, it's fine. It means I get to work towards my jump. Okay. Yeah, if I'd have had a Gabite this turn, I would have been able to chomp clear this already. Which would have been ideal. And we're actually just dead, yeah? Because this does 110, and this with the cape is only 110. Yeah. Yeah, that turn, We bricked for so long, I should have been more aggressive with my communication. There's a chance that, like, we didn't hit the Gible anyways, and we still would have lost, but I didn't give myself the best chance to win there, I don't think. Alright, I'm gonna tap an ad roll. Our tournament match for tournament round starts in 9 minutes. I'll pull up chat and see if chat's been behaving. Saps, thanks for the 20 months. Welcome back. Have you been behaving, gamers? If you're watching on the YouTube side, tap the like button. Doesn't cost you anything, helps the channel grow a little bit. How are we doing? But we've been good, I swear. We always behave, sir. So something like that. We don't know how to behave. I mean, I was much happier not reading a bunch of constant bad takes while trying to play, so. I think having it closed for a little while was definitely a successful experiment. Chat wasn't doing anything too erroneous. They were just like typical aggressively missing the point. I was lamenting the fact that there are a lot of the decks I like playing don't feel like they're super competitive in tournaments right now. And then we got a bunch of chat comments about, well, why not play Luxray and why not play Gengar and why not play all these other things that are just like largely unplayable trash. It's just like, well, we haven't all been fired by Doge yet. That's good. Slow and steady. Thanks for the almost 4 years, LBB. All right, let's play another chop match. We've got 6 minutes to kill. Chop's been fun. I don't think I could talk myself into playing this in a tournament, but it generated some pretty good games of Pokemon Pocket. You prefer this version of Garchomp or the other cringe? I think neither of them are particularly competitive and you can follow your heart. Lapras! There's a name I haven't heard in a long time. There's so few red cards in Mars the metagame right now, I largely just don't play around it anymore. If they get us in the random queue, they get us in the random queue. What does my heart say about which chop build is better? Having room for Cape and Potion makes Chomp a lot stronger. But our secondary game plan is probably a bit worse with Hitmonlee, Farfetch, Marshadow versus Greninja. So it's kind of like 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. Okay. We have the Chomp. We have the energy. We have the ability to run them down. What are we doing? I think it's Shaman to get healing going. Second Garchomp for down the line. I think we leave this last bench slot up in the air for now. Could be any of these other 3 realistically. Probably not Hitmonlee. This feels like it's just going to be one of those games where we just like have a fast start and run away with it. Like, I don't know how they catch up from here without like a Palkia plus a crazy Misty. I think I'm sending Marshadow back, digging for my my other Gabite. I need second Chomp eventually. I have another communication in my deck, so I'm gonna wait on playing the duck out. Also could potentially shear through the duck at some point here. I was about to say they're forever away from activating that, but they actually get to do it next turn, yeah, because of Manaphy. There's Cynthia, so it probably doesn't matter. It's gonna go ahead and play a bunch of my cards out here, so that way on the event that they do have a red card or a Mars, we're most likely to get back to Cynthia next turn. Not that it likely matters with the Mars Shadow deployed. We're just done here with, thanks to the extra kicker from Dami Mummy. The Garchomp emblem is nice. Alright, tournament with Dialga, starting now. Alright, I have a Garchomp highlight for tomorrow. So I think that means... well, I think we'll take a couple of viewer next. I planning to stream for a little bit today since we had some days off. Let's throw the Dialga deck up on stream. Bardic actually said something in saying we could play it whenever, so they'll have the first one. Let's say we'll take two or three other deck submissions past Bardic's. How's your vacation? My family trip was really good. The kids had a lot of fun and I enjoyed spending time with them. You should note though that I said family trip and not vacation. Vacations are a place where you get to go sleep. Family trips involve chasing 3 small children around a water park for 3 days. Great to be Nate. Thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. Parenting at an alternative location. I felt this in my lower back. One of my dedicated jobs at the water park was bending over to lift the toddler out of the 2.5-foot pool at the bottom of the water slide so she could run up the stairs and do it again. Yeah, Jacob and Declan are old enough to buddy up to like run around the water park together, but they also enjoy going with us still. I like going with them. The tube slides and the raft slides go higher up and get more air when you have an adult's worth of weight in them. Like my boys are both very little. They're like 60 pounds each soaking wet, so they only have like 120 pounds between the two of them. It's parenting without the home court advantage. It's a good way to put it. For people who are new, my little ones are 4, 9, and 11. I think Great Wolf is probably a fine experience if you're not someone who lives near the Wisconsin Dells. But, like, as someone who, like, Great Wolf was 2.5 hours from me and the Wisconsin Dells is, like, 3.5 hours from me, I think next time we'll just do some of the indoor parks at the Dells instead. they're pretty similarly priced in a generally wider range of stuff and better experience, I think. So the kids had fun. I just think there's more to do for a similar price point and a similar drive. All right, I have an opponent. I'm gonna go ahead and close the chats again while we play to not be distracted. Get you all on the flip side. We are playing against Executor Yanamega. Dialga's not terrible. They have 1 Cyrus, 1 Sabrina, 2 Rocky Helmets. Gosh, I wish I was playing something that could punish this person's greed. They're playing 4 50 HP basic Pokemon, and they have 0 capes in their deck. This is why. I'm really surprised these decks haven't appropriately adjusted play 2 capes to not be just dead to the Skarmory deck. I feel like this deck just like never beats the Skarmory deck as constructed. No red cards or Mars here. I'm going to attach my energy and pass back. No reason to play the other Dialga out just yet and get tempoed by a Sabrina. They have 1 communication along with their 2 Executors EX. Let's see if they've got their stage 1 here or not. Always. Opponent's build is actually incredibly light on sustain. They have just 2 Ericas, and they have no capes, and they have no capes and no potions. I'm gonna go ahead and Sabrina here, so we don't take a hit from the helmet. And then obviously, if they retreat and hit heads, they'll get our Dialga next turn. This still has a retreat cost of 1, so I assume they're still pivoting out. Without a Yanmega of our own, or a Yanma with being able to top deck a Yanmega, I think we're probably in a pretty terrible spot here. I need them to like hit Tails and us to draw a Yanma next turn into a Yanmega. Erica here prevents us from being able to Cyrus this back up, of which we're playing one. It's pretty heads up play by the opponent's part. Using that open deck list knowledge. Yeah, I think that head speeds were probably done. Yeah, it's an amusing commentary on, what's the word I'm searching for? It's an amusing commentary on why I've seen so much vitriol around Magnezone, but nobody's really talking about Executor because, like, we played random queue matches for almost 4 hours before this tournament and played against zero copies of Executor in almost 4 hours, whereas, like, we had a handful of Magnezone. Actually, it's funny, I think Fighting Box was actually anecdotally the thing we hit the most, but there's definitely just not a lot of people playing it in the random queues compared to tournaments. Probably because, like, the random queue is just, like, you're playing decks for fun, and this deck is, like, really not fun for a lot of people to play, I would wager. Here. No, maybe we'll just do viewer decks, and, maybe we'll just do viewer decks and be done with tournaments until the new cards drop. I don't know that I really like trying to brew into eggs anymore. Playing against it isn't particularly fun either. I clicked over to my Twitch dashboard and accidentally saw someone asking me why I didn't make a play that meant I was still dead. My dearest gamer, please stop. Alright, first energy advantage. It's really kind of a mixed bag, because, like, this deck really wants first energy advantage, but also, like, they want first evolution advantage, right? Them starting on not egg is good for us. I'm gonna put this on so they can't attack me next turn. It basically, like, is a third giant cape if I squint in this instance. I'll probably do some damage too at some point, but this is, okay, you're not flapping me. They Pokeballed and didn't play it, which must mean that they hit their other Yanmite. Yeah. Because if they hit an egg, they would have played it out to be able to evolve this turn, I think. Really want to draw any basic Pokemon. This is actually a mistake. I should have waited to do this until if I drew a basic next turn, because I actually want to, I only need to use Metallic plus Heavy Impact once and then once. So now if I draw a basic next turn, I kind of don't want to attack with this because of the helmet. That's fine. Joke's on me. I didn't draw basic anyways. No copies of Giovanni in their deck, right? So I don't need potion this turn. Can keep that a secret. I'm not dead yet! I'm not dead yet! We are effectively dead, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna drop this tournament. I'm gonna be done playing tournaments. I think we'll play some more tournaments when things come back, but this just doesn't seem very fun. I'm gonna choose joy. Most content creators don't spend time playing in tournaments anyways. We'll just be casual. You know what? I'm I'm gonna put the chats in, rather than turning chat off, because I'm gonna be honest, I opened chat up and reading chat's commentary during the tournament match made me want to close it again. I'm gonna put the chats on member only on the YouTube side and sub only on the Twitch side. Let's just do that rather than punish the people who support me. I'll toggle that on. We'll play some fun viewer decks. All right. What are we doing? I have a Manaphy, Gyarados, this is a weird list of cards. Let's give it a try. At what point do you believe a deck becomes S tier? I think I would classify the Executor deck as S tier in the tournament metagame right now. But I also think it's hard to make that statement generically just because there's not a lot of people playing it. Hey, thanks for the 10 months, Rogues. Appreciate it. It's very dry. I agree. I think if I would have made my tier list video after the second week of tournament results, I would have listed it as S tier. I think the flare system is like the #1 thing I'm hoping they consider adjusting in this game at some point, because it's so close to being good, but it feels like a lot of the little details are wrong. Like I think my #1 is it's really weird to me that you can't have a border flare when you play the card out and a finish flare simultaneously. Hey, Nerd Executive, thanks for hanging out. Good morning, good morning. Good afternoon, I should say. Tectarian Tech, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. Yeah, the no default flare is also very silly. That's more of a quality of life than a feature, though, right? Like, I feel like feature-wise, this would be. There's some stuff they could do there. All right. And without playing the tournament, we're going to have time to take a few viewer decks. Let's make sure that's pinned up for folks that want to send those in. Silver Oak, you said something earlier today. I don't see anything in my notifications here. Oh, there it is. I lied. I got you. Can you, do you have particular traders you want for that? Otherwise, you'll be my second one. If you have particular traders, send me a DM with the traders. Otherwise, I'll fill in the details. You could put the whole deck in the dodo message, or you could send it on Discord. And just in the message say you're sending it on Discord, whichever works for you. Carp. I am not accepting Porygon Z deck submissions. That one was atrocious to the point of saying never again a couple of times now. Alright, can we get a single heads on Misty? Oh, actually. Well. It's this. I guess the downside to this, though, is even if I hit here and they have this in the back, this could come up and clear us. It hurts my soul a little bit every time one of my ice Pokemon uses the water animation and noise. I feel like I want to be like, come on, Pokemon, I need a wider range of animations here. Hey, Dark J, thank you for the almost 2.5 years. Welcome back. You've already played Chop today, so dealer's choice. Thanks, Red. Let's do a build around pack pull. Sounds good, Alex. Thanks for the tip. I don't know if we're gonna have an avenue to build from here. I have this to buy me some time. Not even though, right? Because the what's it called? Just gonna start head smacking us. Are very, very dead here. Been loving the Into the AM gear. Yeah, this is one of my favorite sweaters. My family is we're big outdoorsy camping people. Christy and I actually each have one of these. So it was so cold overnight here last night, we had a warning on the weather app of low temperatures. Effie opener is lovely. What in Gnome? Thanks for the submission. Second, which gives us time to hit some basics here, which is nice. All right, I think that's 1, 2, 3. Let's say I'll take one more, and then we'll close it up for the day. I think the plan is we'll just be focused on viewer deck days until our new expansion hits next week. Or only a week off of that. No second basic is sad. The number one question I get in comments is, why is there always a 7th basic in my Manaphy deck? And it's just really hard to overstate how important it is that you have 2 in as many games as possible. The card is just so much stronger when it gets to have its full range. You think eggs is more restrictive than Gyarados to the dominant meta deck? Yeah, probably. I also don't think it's fully eggs to blame for the competitive restrictedness I'm feeling right now. I think a non-zero part of the competitive restrictedness this format feels like it has is related to the fact that the Skarmory decks that exist as well are also very restrictive to brew into and around. It's not just eggs is to blame. It's eggs plus the things people are doing into eggs plus being competitive into Darkrai. It's a tough one. Wormadam Skarmory. Yeah, that's what I've been meaning to try, actually. Thank you for the submission, Mute. You'll be our last one this afternoon. And we really need a copy of Magikarp here. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Okay, so Glaceon here gets to go ahead and hit with Ice Beam. And then next turn, Vaporeon Gyarados means Gyarados can attack. So even if they have the evolution here, we'll be able to clear this with Gyarados next turn, which is nice. Do you think they'll enable trading of this current set with the new one releases? We don't really have a baseline comparison for that. So, I could see them enabling it, but I could also see them saying we only enable it per group of packs at a time. Meaning, I could see them making you wait until the set after this next one, which I think would be a mistake, but I could see that being the case. If they have Wheezing here, we're probably still in trouble. Yeah, this is definitely a spot where EX Gyarados would be markedly better, right? It would kill both Darkrai and Weezing in one. And that's the thing we're going to want to think about while playing this deck is how often is this regular Gyarados just worse EX Gyarados? That's true. This is the best Gyarados artwork in the client. Did our opponent leave because we had the Vaporeon Gyarados? That's what it's feeling like. Yikes. Oh, video gamers.
Down here, salt is a way of life.
Obviously, the environment down here is all salt. The ceiling's salt, the floor is salt, the walls are salt, and to an extent, the air is salt. And you breathe that in, and you can constantly taste the salt.
Imagine getting salty about losing to a baby Gyarados, chat. Couldn't be my opponent. Couldn't be my opponent. We did get a single heads on Misty, to be fair. I don't think they should punish people the first time that happens, because sometimes life happens. But people who repeatedly do that and lose due to disconnecting should definitely have a timeout on being able to play more games. Yeah, I fixed it up. Like when I queue up the salt video, it puts the game sound through twice the way my audio is set up. Hey, we have first energy advantage here. And we have research and Pokeball to hopefully find us a couple of basics. This is one of those spots where I want to maximize the number of basics I'm finding. So we're going to research before we Pokeball. That was not the other bait. That's what. This is what we were trying to avoid by researching and then Pokeballing. We really wanted an Eevee and a Magikarp or two Eevees here. I think Glaceon is pretty close to playable. 60 paralyzed for 2 is like pretty solid. Nice. So we do this. We do this. We do this. So if they spinning attack, we clear them with Gyarados. If they Magnezone, I'm going to put Glaceon up and try and paralyze them, I think is the plan. And even if we don't paralyze them with the Glaceon, they kill the Glaceon and then Gyarados will finish the Magnezone the following turn. Cool. Oh, that's true. This, if we put this up, we'd have had a 50% chance to rip the lightning energy off of them. I don't know. It's kind of a 50-50 either way. I think I'd rather take the paralyzed 50-50. So my Gyarados could be full life. This 50-50 also means they can't retreat the Magnezone when we win it. It's probably worth noting that while the coin flip worked out here, this is another spot where we probably would have been better off with big Gyarados, because big Gyarados, we wouldn't have needed to win a coin flip here. We would have just hit them for 140 last turn. Upside to this Gyarados is that we don't lose the game if it gets knocked out, but we probably just wouldn't be getting knocked out if it had 180 HP, right? Oh, that's true, Roger Ghoul. The Hyper Beam discarding their energy would have meant they couldn't attack either way regardless of which one we hit. That's fair. It looks like we're probably going to get a win here regardless. Get to clean this, and then we go to 60 still. So we're done here? Yeah. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. When we get back, we're going to play some more with this. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side and you're enjoying the vibes of the live stream, be sure to tap the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps the content reach some more people. We are first of a few viewer decks today. Hey, Noah, thanks for always checking out our sponsor, Mobile Games. Enjoy your gift sub. I'm unsure how I feel about 2 communication versus a communication at an X speed. Oh, I guess this build is only playing 6 basics, huh? Revisiting baby Gyarados is interesting here, because we talked a lot about when Pokemon Pocket first released how Misty's design restricted how some of the water cards, their energies are set up. But usually these types of games design a few sets in advance, and I would bet a lot of these first set cards like Gyarados not only had their energy cost restricted around Misty, but Manaphy being this powerful accelerant feels like a thing that they were probably balancing around as well. For people who aren't familiar, these types of games often design their cards like 2 years or more out. They'll have like lots of different formats tested with card packs simultaneously. Yeah. One card we've talked about, we saw Magneton become relevant with Magnezone happening recently, and it makes me wonder, you know, maybe like a sweet version of Kingdra coming out could maybe make Seadra serviceable for the first set, some stuff like that. Something to think about and keep an eye on. Any thoughts on Cape versus X Speed? I think Cape's pretty important for both Manaphy and Magikarp. You need Cape so Manaphy doesn't get got by Skarmory in one, and you need Cape so Magikarp has a chance to evolve against Hitmonlee decks. So, I agree the lack of X Speed in a Manaphy deck is tough, but at the same time, it's hard to fit all the slots in. I think if I was going to fit an X Speed or another Cape, you'd probably give up a Communication, but that's a card that's pretty solid as well. I think I just get powering up second Gyarados here, yeah? Am I gonna get another Manaphy activation? Getting another Manaphy activation here seems real good. Oh, do I retreat it now? I think with the Vaporeon draw, I pull this out. And just start applying pressure. Because while they can snipe this with Greninja, I think I want to just start picking up knockout points, because with the Vaporeon, I'm technically only 1 energy away from activating this too, which is nice. You know what might have actually been slightly better here? Maybe I was supposed to wash this out to here and put second on here organically, just so I don't have to have both of these to do it necessarily. I actually can't tell which of the effects is better here for us, Baby Gyarados or Big Gyarados, because Big Gyarados would threaten to clear Darkrai in one, but we'd also be losing the game as soon as Big Gyarados went down here because Manaphy's going down to Greninja. So that's their first point. And I think I play this out so that way if we need to cheese them with a Glaceon potentially, we have the option on the board. So this Gyarados is going down to Darkrai. And then this is going to be at 130. And then they could do 120 the following turn. I think we're in an okay spot. It's worth noting that if this was EX Gyarados, it would still be dying here, right? It would be plus 30 HP, and they could deal 120 between these two, and then we'd lose the game. So this is actually a game where EX Gyarados would not have been good enough, or at a minimum, we would have been forced to play differently, yeah? It's potentially a nod to perhaps our second communication should be a second, what's it called? Should be a second keep. Oh, we're dead to Cyrus now. I didn't have any agency to play around Cyrus, but we are dead to Cyrus. Worth noting, we didn't need this Misty. We had the energy on the Vaporeon, but we'll take our shot, and then we hope they don't have the Cyrus. Also dead to Sabrina. A lot of times these decks play what the Greninja builds usually play 2 Cyrus. Yep. GG. So these poor Manaphy decks in general just kind of really struggle at the moment. Hey, Zach, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Afternoon. I forgot to tap the button. Get a rematch here. Like, this Manaphy would be a great pull, except, you know, there's no X speeds in our deck, right? I guess I could hit Misty. But realistically, the soonest I'm activating Manaphy is 2 turns from now, which is an eternity. I have to evolve this, because if I don't evolve here, the EV dies to Frogadair, plus a trigger from this. Is it why they sequenced the way they did? Oh. It gets flip a coin to try and paralyze. They can have Greninja, I suppose, to still get us. But if they don't, we lock them off of it. When you're looking at stats for a deck, win rate, for example, what do you consider a good performing deck? 51% or 60? So I assume you're referencing data from what's it called? Limitless. And something that's important to understand about Limitless data is you can't really look at win rates on it because they don't remove mirror matches and they include stats from people not showing up to play their matches in the win rate data. So there's so much garbage in it, it's basically worthless. Now, if you had good, clean data where you didn't have a bunch of trash in it, anything like 54, 55, 56% would be considered really, really good. Which, for reference, this is why when I talk about performance metrics in my weekly meta report, the measurement that I use for determining the strength of a deck is that difference between the starting distribution and the top performing distribution. So I look at, okay, Executor was 24% of the starting decks registered, but then it was 42% of the decks with 70% win rates and higher. So, and then I would draw the conclusion that this deck is performing really well because it increased its meta share a significant amount. All right, I think we're gonna move on from this one. Maybe something to stew on with Baby Gyarados in general. But I feel like the Mythical Island Vaporeon is consistently a card that feels clunky and awkward for me with Manaphy, because it's just not a payoff. It's a card that makes your other payoffs better. And I also think it's really important to have 7 basics in these types of builds. And there's just not room to do that, I don't think. I think there is merit to, like, exploring a mostly 1 knockout point build. What would I maybe consider doing differently here? I really like the idea of Baby Articuno as potentially a 1 to 2 of. I think you definitely need at least 1 X speed, maybe 2. And honestly, I think even if you think you primarily want Baby Gyarados, I think I'd play at least a Miser EX. I think would be one of my thoughts, because 1, having the EX rather than having nothing and missing on it is better, and 2, there's going to be games where you build up 2 of them, right? Or like they kill your Manaphy, they kill your Articuno, and then you finish on the EX. Because anytime this is your finisher after they've taken 2 points, it's gonna be better than the baby, right? Basically. I think I would do maybe something like this, and then figure out some way to do a 7th basic. But I like the idea of Baby Gyarados. It was better in some spots, but I think I would play a 2-1 split, especially with communication in play. All right, we are gonna play some Dialga Wigglytuff up next, which I do like the idea of. You could play Shaman or you could play Duck. Yeah, I can see that. Those are both fine aggressive things. Second Cape, Sabrina, Leaf. I like that this deck is playing 2 capes with all of its 50 HP basics. Like, that's very, very good deck building. I have all rainbows for these EXs, which is exciting. All rainbows / immersives. Yeah, Baby Gyarados is legitimately good into Yanmega and Magnezone, is accurate. Agree. You forgot a Dialga Flare. I know I'm a poor broke boy who only has 1 immersive Dialga Flare. But you don't gotta needle me, chat. You don't gotta drive the dagger so firmly into my heart, reminding me of the nice things that I do not own. I know. Maybe you should open more packs, Mood. It's a lot of Psychic Pokemon, opponent. A lot of Psychic Pokemon. I'm actually at a point where, after I hit my 2 Rainbow Yanmegas, I'm pretty content with the full arts and stuff that I have. I don't usually splurge to, like, get flares on immersives and stuff like that. Like, we have a couple just because we incidentally hit them this season, but I have 2 2-stars for all the cards I'm interested in playing from these packs. I want to save my money to potentially whale for the new packs coming next week. I'm sure there will be shiny things I want from there. Our opponent is both playing a weird deck and making us wait, so I'm gonna move on to the next one. Going second, I have Dialga. It's like Christmas. A Pokeball before we research. Really want evolution Pokemon here. Gang's all here. Just about time to start blasting me things. They just evolved into Gyarados on curve. Oh, they just believe in this Misty, huh? Here we go. I don't think that one's gonna be enough for them, yeah? I only need to turbo them twice for Yanmega to finish. Do they have room for potion in their deck on top of Rocky Helmet? Hopefully not. They can't keep. Oh, you know what? I should have put that energy on Yanma here, but I'm gonna just go up to 4 on here, because if the Rampaging Whirlpool took an energy off of this, I wouldn't be able to attack with it next turn. Nope. We should just be done with the big bug here, yeah? Dialga softening up the Gyarados here. Definitely exactly what we wanted. With that being 2 points, they don't have time to get anything else going here. Air Slash is just running them down. From a theory perspective, I like the idea of Wiggly Yanmega a lot with Dialga. It probably makes your Charizard matchup marginally worse because you need to hit a Sleep Flip or two on the big man, but in all the other places, Mew's kind of mediocre, and Wiggly's a solid attacker that runs people down. Oh goodness, this is gonna be the Charizard matchup too. Oh, Big Monkey. Okay. This is a spot where we are very happy to have 2 giant capes because otherwise we are all 140s. You can retreat, but you are very sleepy. War Machine, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I think we just do this, so that way if they have Infernape plus Dawn, they can't clear the Wiggly. War Machine, thanks for re-upping for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Appreciate that direct support. So, I would say they must be dawning. Rocky Helmet is rough. Oof. I can't name this deck Dialga Yanmega. Make sure you don't have trailing white space at the end of your name entry box. They don't sanitize their inputs, so it fails to Anchor Torch Tremere. Always sanitize your inputs, programmers. Oh, it's flagging it because the end of Dialga and the start of Yanmega spell gay. Okay. I mean, that's probably fine. For the best. Ye old, thank you for the 14 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. We declined playing on a bench Pokemon here against a fighting energy because of the threat of Hitmonlee. Wait to turn on this so I can't get kicked next turn. It's a spiky hat. Would I rather power a Wigglytuff or a Yanmega first here? Probably Yanmega. I mean, ideally we're gonna get 2 activations out of this and just get to have our cake and eat it too. Double Shaman, yep. Gallade is currently punching Dialga for 110. Am I supposed to cape? Probably. Just so the Gallade can't come up and crack us. So I think the game plan from here is just try to win a bunch of wiggly hits, yeah? I'm trying to puzzle out a way for us to navigate without needing to win any flips here, but I'm not seeing it. So I think we just have to like Yanmega, take this point, and then the Gallade comes up, and then with the Shaymans, we're actually gonna have to win what? Two Sleepy Tugs? And this is a very heads-up play for our opponent. They get to just go ahead and run us down now. Alright, we're gonna play some more of this when we get back from the break. We'll throw it up here on screen. And we'll be back in 120 seconds. Thanks for everybody freaking out. Don't go anywhere. Yes, I was off Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week in Beach Tree. I took a small trip with the kids to a water park. Yeah, it was solid. They had a good time. Alright, gamers, we're gonna stream a little bit longer today, I think, than I usually do. Get some hours in and play some extra decks since I was off for a little bit, so I think that means we do some afternoon pedaling. Oh. Also decided I want to finally cut my last 15 pounds that was in my goal before summer gets here. So a little bit extra cardio won't hurt with that either. Roger Gould is in Toth. I'd prefer if you take your discussion and back and forth offline. I'd also encourage you probably just not to have it, because neither of you is going to change the heart or mind of the other person, but please take it out of chat at a minimum. You have an ad deal with the cycling chair? Yeah, I have a referral link for them. Flexa Spot makes almost most of the equipment in my office. I make my regular chair, the bike chair, and my standing desk. You're an office worker who spends a lot of time in their space. I can't recommend some type of standing desk and motion thing enough. They're both huge quality of life improvements. Not being stationary for 8 to 10 hours a day is busted. Fighting decks definitely seem to be fan favorites inside of the queues. I'll fish up another basic here, but I'm going to decline playing them out so we don't get hit by a Sabrina or something. The Fake Buddha, thank you for the entire year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Yeah, the Flexa Spot I have is a behemoth. I have 3 24-inch monitors plus my tower all just sitting on top of my desk. So 72-inch wide goes up and down, no problem. You could probably even get away with 3 monitors on a smaller one if you like mounted them with arms and like put your tower on a mount under the desk, but I'm lazy and had space for the big one. I'm gonna put energy on Yanma first, just in case we top deck Yanmega and can just run him down. The flex to spot link doesn't work for you. Make sure your ad blocker is off or disabled while you're clicking it, because the way the referral tracking stuff works, it gets caught up by ad blockers. I think I'm caping this, yeah? So that way, if they X-speed to Rampardos, they can't clear me. The flex to spot link seems to work as expected here for me. Let me just click through it. Do we just Sabrina them? I think we just Sabrina them, yeah. I think it's simply heavy impact, because then without a cape, they can't take a knockout without going down themselves. If I switch to Yanmega and lethal the Lucario, the Rampardos kills this, and then I guess I clear it back with this. I'm not sure there's a wrong way to do this. That might have also been fine. That's definitely game winning for us either way. Oh, that's true. If we cleared the Lucario, the Rampardos doesn't kill the Yanmega anymore. That's fair. Like I said, I don't think there's really a wrong way to do this, but that's a good consideration I didn't have. It's good, Loco. Kids had a good time running around. Ate a lot of junk food. What's going on, Userbane? Life's good. Yeah, chill week until we get our next set of card packs. Gosh, it's another fighting deck. Now, I'm actually pretty excited to get new cards soon. We actually played one round of a tournament earlier today, lost to the Executor deck, and I'm gonna be done playing tournaments until we get new cards. Like, it's really difficult to be able to brew to beat Executor and Skarmory. They really constrict the types of things that it feels like you could play. And they're so popular, you just can't realistically show up with bad matchups into them. I played my cape out proactively here to make their chat out a bit worse. So my plan is to spend the next week doing viewer decks until cards drop on Friday, basically. They have successfully turned 5 cards into 3. Average shout-out gaming, really. Card draw for you, gamer. Wait, they're not shout-out fossils, they're shout-out Glade? I feel like I missed the Glade memo. We've played against like double-digit Glade decks in the last 5 hours. It's kind of wild. I think I just let their chat draw 1 card guaranteed as opposed to flipping a coin to brick it. Buying copies of a Leaf for no value like it's my job. Ten cards in their deck. They get 2 draws at Glade or a research. Then Glade unfortunately smushes our Wiggly in 1 due to weakness. Which, honestly, on turn 1, I played the cape out just to play the cape out. I should have put the cape on the Wiggly, yeah? Because the Yanmega was never getting cleared in 1, and I should have thought about the breakpoint. Or would we have died regardless? No, we die regardless, yeah? Because it does 130 plus 20? No, we would have lived? We would have lived. Okay, so we won this game, but it's worth pointing out I played my cape on the wrong thing on turn 1. I should have been thinking about that 150. Oh, that's true. I thought it was fossils. I guess that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. You're right. We didn't see it then. Hey, Chuki, thank you for the almost 5.5 years. We did have a great family trip. Thanks for coming back. Yeah, that's fair. Against Rampardos, Yanmega beating 150 and 140 is relevant. If they're Lucario or Giovanni. We have first energy advantage, and we have a Dialga. We just need another basic in our first 2 draws. Growth Spurt, Execute leads me to believe they're probably not playing EX, or if they are playing EX, they have some mythical island babies in addition to it. Superior here with the Snivy as well. Would not be surprised to see MI Egg. Any basic. Any basic. Well, how much damage does the MI Egg do? It does 80 plus 20 per energy. So if I put an extra one on here, we only take 140, and then I can heavy impact them next turn. Oh, they just don't have it? That's good for us. I feel like them putting Celebi up before it's, like, basically guaranteed to clean us is a little bit ambitious. I guess letting us get a crack for 100 here seems really good for us. Oh, that's... I think I'm supposed to do this now. Because the Yanmega draw threatens to clear this if they don't heal either way. And this means if we get a heads, we probably clean them out, yeah. I think if I had Yanmega guaranteed, we would heavy impact this turn, but because we drew this and have this, we just take this hit and then move into the sleep. Yeah, there's the mythical island eggs as expected. All right, 2 Yanmega, 2 research, and a dream. That's dead as expected. If we miss on our 4 and 11, we can win a sleep flip still. Okay, glass half full. If they have their other Erica. Oh, I forgot to put the cape on. It's fine. They're not going to wake up. It's fine. They're not going to wake up. Coolio. Coolio. It was 100% correct to put the cape on there, just so we're clear. If they wake up, this one shots the Wiggly with 3 energies. Oh, chat, don't tell Scotty. Scotty is learning in real time how retreating while sleeping works. Scotty is blissfully unaware of what is currently going on. We're not out of the woods yet with them healing. With them healing the one in the back. Sabrina, Yanmega might push us over the finish line, though. Alright, not all heroes wear capes, but this Wigglytuff certainly does. Okay, so they need something on their bench that lives 120 point hit to not die to the Sabrina next turn, which could just be another Executor. They're through a lot of their deck. Only going to be 3 cards left here. Yep. Hey, thanks for the over 2 years, half-half. Welcome back. This is one of those spots where we're just kind of guessing what the right play is, because if they have Cyrus in their deck, obviously they get to clean us out here. But if they don't have Cyrus, it's better to not let them have a coin flip to win the game. We are dead to the good supporter here. Hopefully they just don't have space. Celebi a stage 1 and a stage 2, so. And then Sabrina is lethal here for us. Sabrina. Ah, the long, salty Sabrina pause. Sleepy Wiggly looking real solid there. DJ, thanks for watching so much over the last year and more. Welcome to our latest Shillionaire. Trickle down economy stays in action. Make that 1 point cheaper for the next person. No first energy advantage here, but leading Dialga is solid for us. That's my second for me. You know what they say, the first Shillion's always the hardest. Ooh. Is this some 18 trader Pachirisu action? Definitely waiting to play these out, because there's certainly a Sabrina deck. Could be a non-cheesy Pachirisu deck, too. See, I suppose. Lovely rainbow art squirrel. These decks usually have room for Giovanni, right? I think I still put Cape on to make them have it. Or they could play it proactively and let me know that they certainly have it. So they just didn't have another supporter to play this turn. Gosh, without first energy advantage or Giovanni, they probably would have been pretty scuffed here, huh? I guess there's a chance they don't have their second cape. Because we know they have their second Pachirisu because they Pokeballed. A red card enjoyer. Should have put my cape down, I guess. Got me. Unforgiven, thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. Definitely a matchup where first energy advantage is the singular most important thing. I missed what that button was. I mean, with their potion, playing around the red card didn't matter. The potion plus Geo meant we were dead either way. That is my first day back, Rady. Trip was good. It's another Gallade deck. Is Gallade like a super popular fan favorite Pokemon? As someone who's something of a Pokemon boomer, like is Gallade like one of the most popular Pokemon in the world? It's so weird how popular it's been in proportion to its power level. Maybe it's just what they... No, our anecdote is super, super heavy today, Potato Elemental, if you're just joining us. Like, Gallade has been the singular most popular thing we've played against, and it's not been close. Like, well into the double digits, while not having more than a handful of absolutely anything else. It was a content creator, but it hasn't even been just a singular build. There's been lots of different versions of it. People stop playing Mewtwo, but they still owed money to Big Relts. Fair, honestly. It's weird when Gallade's not going to do Executor. I mean, that's something we were talking about earlier. Executor really isn't a deck on the random queue. Like, we've been playing for 5.5 hours today, and I've played against Executor one time, and it was that weird superior one we played against a minute ago. People just aren't playing that deck. This is the first time I've seen the queue be really disconnected from what's inside of tournaments. We haven't played against a single Charizard in 5 hours either. Which is one of the second most popular tournament deck by all the numbers we've seen. I wonder if a lot of it, too, is probably there's a recency bias. Because we have hit a good number of Darkrai, but there's definitely a huge bias towards decks that released more recently. Turbo, or put a cape on here so that way with the helmet and the hit we don't get knocked out next turn. Well, I really need to draw a Wigglytuff, so thank you, opponent. I'm unlucky. Oh, you know what? If I would have leafed this out and put an energy on here, we could have threatened the heavy impact next turn, yeah? Jose, thank you for the brand new Prime support. I really appreciate that. You're having a wonderful afternoon. Either of my stage ones. Perfection. I'd like to dedicate this potential game win to my opponent's copy of Mars. We were bricking on our stage ones and we were bricking on our other basics. And they went ahead and redrew our 5-card hand down to 3 new ones for us. Just would not have been possible without any of them. No, I'd prefer we didn't promote random stuff in the Twitch chat. Thanks. Thanks for the Mars, opponent. Real go-getter. Hey, Cradane, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. I think we'd rather lead Jiggly than Yanmega. Could sleep him a little bit and then hit this on curve. Which is harder to convince people to not play, Quicksilver or Mars/Red Card? To be fair, thanks to Havoc, Quicksilver ended up being very playable. Dialga? That could be a Dialga. Unlucky. Venice, thank you for the 4 years. Welcome back. So this game wholly comes down to this next sleep flip. And with the sleepiest of all the songs. Wondering where their Lumberry is now. Good night, gamer. I hope we draw one of our stage 1s next turns, that way we get some insight into where I should put my next energy. Oh, had enough. Get slept on, cheesy deck. It's just truly wild that we've played against more 18 Trader Pachirisu than we have any of the good decks today. Jinx! There's a name I haven't heard in a while. What are your feelings on this build? I kind of like Wiggly as a secondary attacker in here. Okay, I think I'm into it. They put their first energy on here. I think I power up the Dialga on my bench and then plan to leaf it in the following turn. Is Wiggly better than Licky? So, when you give up Mew, your Charizard matchup becomes harder, and Wigglytuff is a card that can cheese you the Charizard matchup still is the appealing part about it. Hey, Nicholas, thanks for the membership on the YouTube side, appreciate it. Wiggly's also, doesn't just get stuck in the active spot in your Leaf deck, which is nice. Being able to feasibly retreat it has a lot of upside. Promo Jiggly, being able to sleep for one has also been relevant in a bunch of the games we've played. Dialga is definitely more powerful than Palkia Ramp Cody from just a raw numbers perspective. One of the other upsides to Wiggly in this build is one of the tough parts about always pivoting into Yanmega is that once your Yanmega hits the active slot, you can't develop anything else because you have to keep putting energy on this every single turn. So it's nice that Wiggly's like, okay, it's this threat that can like chunk through people and be disruptive, but I can still build my next thing behind it. I think I just put this up and then we just burn the energies on it next turn after they hit it. I've noticed you don't use the crowd rare cards. Do you have any? Yeah, I have at least one of each crowd rare. But in general, I really like my cards to match. Do I have two? I don't think I have two of any of them. Sometimes I play them when I'm playing a singleton of the card. But uniformity is probably the thing I look for most in my cosmetics. I also think a lot of the crowd rares look kind of gaudy. Like, I prefer the immersives or the 2-stars to them, generally speaking. So they could retreat here to not be dead to the Wiggly. They could have also just tried to sleep me back, but... This feels weird. They just evolved to this, so I'm taking the knockout, and they're only healing to 80 here, which means they still go down in 1 to a Sleepy Song. Oh, this doesn't heal itself. This only heals itself. I was thinking of the big one. And then exactly like we were talking about a second ago, we've hit this, and now Yanmega is ready to go, just kind of built up organically while Wiggly was throwing punches here. We missed lethal with the Cyrus. Sure did. Good catch. I'm going to throw this deck list up on the screen for a minute for people that want to copy it down. And then our next viewer submission is an interesting mashup. It's Manaphy, Blastoise, Lumineon. So I'll throw this up here for the first minute, and then we'll get building on the next one. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Got plenty more Pocket coming up today. It's good to be back. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. We're almost up to 700 likes for the day. Probably get there before we're done in a few hours. All of our lovely rainbow arts next to each other looks great. My kingdom for full art professor researches and Pokeballs. I can't believe we don't have those yet. Hey, Eevee Nuggets. It is the year of the Eevee, I'm told. Thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. My kingdom for full art War Turtles, eh? How many kingdoms can we promise for cosmetics? Yes. One of the biggest upsides to playing Manaphy Blastoise is a bunch of my basics get to have adorable blue hearts. How do I feel about second communication versus first X speed? We do have Lumineon, which, like, is kind of an X speed if I squint in some situations. I'm gonna play one. I think I'm gonna split them 1-1. Speed is just so good early in these decks. How do you feel about the new Finian? I'm really not a fan of it. Feel like you'd rather just have 60 HP in most situations. I've gone back and forth on X speed versus Dawn. I like the idea of Dawn in here. I don't know, communication is one of those cards where, like, 3 weeks in, and I still feel like I haven't figured it out. When it's good, it's great, but it's so easy to get clunked up on it. I feel like literally the only stage 2 deck I definitely want 2 communications in are the Garchomp decks. Yeah, communication's a really good design, I agree. It's such a... The communication existing is such a great testament to the fact that, like, gamers are good at identifying problems, but bad at identifying solutions. Because, like, everyone was like, we need more stage 2 support, and they were like, give us rare candy. It's like, please, dear God, not rare candy. Communication is such a better design. Okay, we have first energy advantage, which I would bet 18 Trainer Pachirisu is not a good matchup for us, but it's probably less bad when we have first energy, says man about to brick basics. Okay, give me a baby turtle, please. Alright, so Patchy cooks literally everything that's not a Blastoise in our deck in one. That being said, we're actually gonna have time to build to Blastoise 160ing, yeah? We're gonna die to a Sabrina. But we actually have time to get fully set up here. Oh, they don't have, well, I guess they could have another Patchy in their hand. So if they have second Patchy, we die to Tool Sabrina. But otherwise, we got him. GG. GG! Nice one-dimensional pile of cards you got there, gamer. Zuka Blast. They wouldn't have needed the tool. They would have needed the tool if we found Lumineon, which was likely to find. So they only had us dead to Sabrina guaranteed if they had the tool. Otherwise, we had outs. How's the sub count holding up after the vacation? Honestly, less bad than I was expecting. We left at like 2250 and we came back right around 2100. I was expecting to be down 200 to 300 points, so only being down 150 was a happy happenstance. I love Blastoise, chat. He's such a sweet Pokemon. I love that he's both a finisher and a card that doesn't mind going first or second. Like, going second, you go 1 into 2 into 3, and going first, you can even just evolve right up into Surf. Ooh, if this finds Manaphy, the Lumineon lets us start charging right away here. Okay, cool. Although I suppose Celebi only needs 1 hit here. Yeah, I wish Skarmory hadn't gotten popular. I'd probably keep playing tournaments with Blastoise, but it's so hard to play this card into Skarmory, being double digits of the metagame percentage. If they hit average or above average variance here, we're a little bit behind. I put all of the chats in supporter-only mode today because I was feeling frustrated with the typical gamer opinions, and rather than being mad at the chat, I decided to limit who could throw words at me. Not only does it cut down on the raw number of silly things that are said when we're in supporter-only mode, but... Oh, I should have played Fidian out. But it's also easier to stomach a take that I view as kind of silly when it's someone who's, like, paying for me to exist that's saying it. They could do the Celebi Bricky thing, but outside of that, I think we're done. So you can play Luby Dion without people yelling at you to attack their active. Yeah, exactly. Yeah! Celebi things! Woo! Celebi things! Nice deck, gamer. Nice deck. Live by the onion, die by the onion. So funny. I would love to lead on a copy of Banaphy. Thank you for asking. Oh, wait. There's a Scarberry deck. Yep. I don't know how I ever would from here. Maybe they brick their tool on one. It's never happened before, but maybe now will be the first time. Narrator, it was not the first time. Maybe they won't have their copy of Sabrina and we'll be able to build Squirtle up. I believe. We're going to research before we Pokeball, because ideally we want 2 basics here. Narrator, he found a second basic. I'm going to communication, looking for Fidian. Oh, and then I broke out my second basic now because I'm a big dumb stupid. Yep. I don't know. I think that gamble's correct. Wait, they didn't have the Sabrina. They don't have a second basic? Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, lizard on a chair. Take my hand. We'll make it, I swear. Have I been living in fear of Scarberry for no reason, chat? Is Blastoise actually still just fine here? Because they even had first energy advantage. Have I been living in fear for no reason? Is he actually fine? Maybe he's actually fine. I think they're actually cooked. Bazooka Blast. There are permutations of Bastiodon flips that make us lose the game, yeah? But outside of that, looking pretty good. Next to our boy Blue. 100 for 3 is a really solid rate. Oh, wait, actually, I'm getting 100 damage this turn, right? And they're only going to be at 180? So do I... No, it's going to come down to a flip, yeah? I only deal 60 if they hit heads. Which is not quite enough through the potion of the cape. I mean, given that our mana fee died on 1, this game coming down to a flip seems like about the best we could ask for, yeah? You win some, you lose some. Blastoise tried his best. I'm doing all right, Giddy. It's good to be back. Dark deck. Leading mana fee sounds great. Get, even while going first, we get 2 activations in with this, which is nice. Baby Twitle. So are all of our babies, chat. We'll see what they do. It's probably energies on Squirtle Articuno here, but if they like leaf back to a Drudigon, the Lumineon could be the angle. It might actually be right to hold this in hand to let them not know that it's an option, so that way they can be more incentivized to pivot and turtle up. Oh, they're the aggro build. Yeah. Playing it out with the Lumineon is definitely strongest into Sabrina here, which is great. Great. None of those are the War Turtle I wanted for Christmas, but I think I still put the energy on Squirtle here. 'Cause I think they're going to move into this. I just want Articuno set while we build Squirtle. I've not played a lot of the aggressive Darkrai decks, no. I should maybe try, there was Wheezing Arbok with a Darkrai. That looked kind of reasonable. Maybe we'll give that a try tomorrow. They've got viewer decks for the rest of the day, but I remember looking at that and being like, yeah, that seems fine. Alright, so Manaphy's going down next turn. But Articuno is charged up and ready to go. Our Lumineon with 20 damage marked on it could catch a stray Cyrus on us at some point, but I don't know that we have agency to play around that. Oh, interesting. They're electing to take the... I would have expected them to retreat and do this, but I guess they just don't want to pull the energy off of this. This sequence means that if I hit heads with Articuno and then find a Blastoise, we're in a really good spot. With these in hand to give up to communication, I think we play this out to build up second War Turtle / Blastoise. Okay, there's a heads. And then next turn, I have 2 Blastoise and 2 communication and 5 cards. And is Blastoise the last Pokemon in my deck too? It is, yeah, because I have Lumineon here and I have this. No, there's 1 Manaphy in there. Okay. So communication is 66% to be it. If we hit Blastoise next turn, I think we're can't lose territory. Because we'll clear this, and then this will have 4 energy on it, ready to clear even through a Cape next turn. And if we brick on the 60%er to find the Blastoise, we just need to hit on the Ice Beam 50%er again. So we have a little bit better than a coin flip, and then an actual coin flip. This is 66% to be Blastoise. Oh, alas. Oh. Now we're dead to Cyrus. Not this turn, obviously, but in 2 turn cycles we lose to Cyrus. Close game. Sucks that we lost back-to-back 50%ers there at the end. JK couldn't find the Blastoise anyways. Just stage 2 deck things, really. Do you have 2 of every full art card? No, there's some full arts I don't have any copies of. I'm at a point where I have 2 full arts of every card that I really enjoy the artwork of and want to play with frequently, but there's definitely a handful that I don't have still. I don't think it's worth tracking when you feel communication or X speed was better, because there's a strong emotional bias in favor of playing a card like Pokemon Communication. What do I mean by that? I mean, Pokemon Communication is a card that's really good late game, so you have more windows for it to feel like it's impactful, and the games where it hits are longer and more memorable. whereas the games where X speed fixes your bad start could often be fast and forgettable that was a thing that happened for you. Another basic Pokemon is exactly what we wanted to draw here. It not only does it make Manaphy better this turn, but it means that they can't, Sabrina me out of my War Turtle. And this game's probably done at this point. Blastoise clears this, then we chunk the next one. I will say we haven't used Dawn at all. She's probably just better as Misty. The real answer is probably cut Dawn and X speed and just play 2 copies of Misty. Is likely we want to make this deck as competitive as possible, because Misty is effectively X speed 50% of the time anyways. And like, Misty is a card that helps you break serve, right? Like when you don't have first energy advantage, you could go Manaphy, Misty by Manaphy, activate it. It's almost time to move on to our next deck, but I'm gonna actually make that swap for our last couple of games here. So I'm pretty confident it's correct. So I should mention that too. I saw that you submitted EX Articuno. I'm also very confident that this is better than EX Articuno. And with Misty in the deck, it becomes even more correct. But this card giving you, there were a couple of games we won and a couple of games we were only in because Ice Beam was Ice Beam. And having good 1 knockout point Pokemon after Manaphy is really strong. Being able to go Manaphy, build Articuno, let them knock out Articuno, finish on Blastoise is really, really good. I don't know that I'm sold on playing Lumineon as the supplemental card in this deck, but I'm pretty confident that Baby Articuno is really good. What's going on, Bobu? I decided to throw the chats in sub-only and member-only mode rather than close them, and that's been pretty serviceable. I will say the most interesting aspect of Lumineon is it not needing an X speed to pivot out and away, which honestly might be powerful enough to keep. The biggest problem with playing EX Articuno in these builds, Dome, is that any game where you start on EX Articuno and don't, like, flip heads on Misty, you're probably losing because of its retreat cost of 2. And then I think this is actually a spot where I want to just pull the Squirtle out right away. It kind of sucks if they have a copy of Sabrina, but not letting this have damage get marked on it is really valuable against their Cyrus deck. In a pre-Cyrus world, you just take your hit for 20 here, but in a post-Cyrus world, we want to just, like, get out of dodge. Our pack pull build around will be our next one, and then we've got a Worm DN deck as well. So we got 2 more coming up after this one. Are we shooting for another couple hours yet? Doing a longer day today since I was off for a while. I will not tolerate Blastoise slander, Jace. Best Kanto starter right there. My big boy Blue. Without a Misty in sight. And this is gonna be exactly like that curve we were talking about a second ago, right? Where like they're gonna clear the mana fee. I'm gonna put Articuno up and paralyze this, and then Blastoise is gonna come in and finish for us. Oh, I guess they finish. This is still fine though, yeah? This is still fine. They get to kill this with the trigger next turn? Or do they? Come on, Misty, give me one. Give me one, girl. That'll do, pig. That'll do. She's just so powerful, chat. Like, listen, I wanted to cope really hard about not playing Misty in this deck when the expansion dropped. Put your 2 copies of Misty in the deck. Just between being able to break serve when you go first and you get to reflip that first energy coin, and then spots like this where you just need like one more to get you across the finish line, it's just like, yeah, let's do it. Blue. If I trick myself into playing another tournament before the next packs drop, it's gonna be a Blastoise deck. I don't know if it's Lumineon or something else or Palkia. It's probably just Palkia. But I'm very confident Blastoise is solid. I wonder if there's ever a world where I just play like 2 baby Articunos and 2 Palkias. Unironically, so like, Manaphy's obviously very bad against Skarmory, but Blastoise on curve is pretty solid, right? It cleans it out in a single go, and it's got this really beefy HP pool. Do you think Glaceon and Lumineon can have the same effect as Mismagius and Azelf? It's just a lot more slots, and your Glaceon's not nearly as durable as Mismagius is part of the problem. Supposed to Finneon instead of Manaphy here. That they Sabrina me, I have to give them the Manaphy. Because, like, even here, right? Like, we just have first energy advantage, and we're fine because we're curving into Blastoise, right? Like, they're gonna clear Articuno, we'll go Blastoise, clear Skarmory, and then we, like, clear something else with a 4th energy and then have the 160 cannon set up. Life gets good. Thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. Loopy! I saw you 7-3'd Ursi's tournament last weekend. Congrats on that. Your deck was sweet. Appreciate the 17 months. Gamers, you're looking for another excellent Pokemon Pocket content creator. Loopy's one of the folks that I watch and sub to periodically. Just check them out. They're great. Twiddle, twiddle. If you played 2 Baby Articuno, 2 Palkia, what would you play for the last trainer? I don't know. It could be second communication. It could be like X speed. X speed's pretty good. Yeah, like unironically, Lumineon being a 1-point threat that you don't need an X speed to fix your starts with is like super appealing. They're actually just fully cooked here, right? Like we clear your Skarmory and then we're ready to 160 you next turn, yeah? Yeah, I agree, Orpheus. I think another part of the problem with Glaceon is with Baby Articuno existing, I think it's tough to justify slots for Glaceon when you could just be playing Baby Articuno. True story, I brewed this because I wanted to play your Palkia build, but I just haven't been able to find Palkia. I mean, unironically, I like what you've done here. If I were to queue up and be like, okay, we're gonna play a Blastoise tournament tomorrow, I don't know that I would have a guaranteed I like this over the other one for certainty. I really like the flexibility of having single knockout point things. I am very confident that Blastoise is the absolute best way to play Manaphy in the current metagame. Like, the Palkia Vaporeon builds have been falling over themselves. I'm convinced that they're going to keep falling off until we get new cards and maybe they get new tools. But I think the two ways I would approach this are either this configuration, or if I wanted to try without Lumineon, I would cut these. And play, honestly, I wonder if you even need 2 Palkia. Playing 8 basics is somewhat appealing. But I could see a world 7. 7 is what I've been playing. I could see a world where I do this. Let's get you a better view of what I'm doing here. Or I do this and then I have 2 more utility slots. I've liked Baby Articuno a lot. I think that card is really good in these Manaphy shells. This on utility slots, I could see you get like an X speed in here. It could just be 2 X speeds, but it could also be an X speed, and then we get like a Cyrus as a utility card. Would be nice. Because Blastoise does chip shoddy damage sometimes. That's the wrong scene. I'm gonna leave this in my deck editor. Might do some more with it later. Alright, more I play Baby Articuno, the better it feels, though, for sure. has a bunch of lovely full arts in it too. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. We're gonna be shooting for a couple hours yet today, though. Appreciate everybody that's hanging out. It's good to be back. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. Don't go anywhere, gamers. I'm gonna run and mix up some more advanced to drink. BRB. Yeah, we got some tropical guava this afternoon. Got a good mix of fruity flavors. Who doesn't love fruity flavors, gamers? I have 4 Articuno EX, but only 1 baby Articuno. Find a gamer to trade with. You can trade for those at this point. I see you, Jace. All right, 1 booster pack special. Check our Wunder picks really quick. I literally haven't seen a 2-star in my Wonder pick since the day the set launched. And obviously we missed it. All right, so we rip a pack, and then we build based on the highest rarity card in it. Although 1-stars don't count. What's our 3 diamond? Mighty Yenna. The Darkness Fang. Let's take 1 reroll. Or no, usually if there's no 3 diamond, we reroll. You know what? I've been meaning to lose some games with this. This sounds like a great reason to do so. I've been meaning I've been meaning to lose games with the best spirit. The Pokemon Pocket RNG cannons have deemed it. You cannot, good golly. All right, all of our psychic friends. Oh, I have enough to flare these two. It's a sign. All right, let's put the bones in, and we'll go from there. Hey, thanks for the 20 months, Eagle. I appreciate that. Welcome back. And Bobby, thank you for the brand new Prime. I hope Snap gets their stuff together and sticks their economy rework. Their series drops were a little bit light. They dropped some good cards, but the total number of them was not really stellar. So I'm curious to see exactly what their economy stuff is going to look like. What about Giratina? I feel like I'd rather be an aggro deck, right? Is my expectation. Like, I think this is my core. This loses all of its energy, right? Well, so, like, the people talking about Dawn, I think X speed is important, yeah. The people talking about Dawn, like, this card's not even Infernape, right? Like, you're never firing it twice in a row. And after you fire it the first time, it's probably dead, right? Yeah, Gardevoir definitely isn't it. Confident that that's not the case. You want to Uxie attack after it. I mean, so the problem here is, like, again, I just feel like you're never, like, you have to have Uxie and Azelf on your bench for this attack to work, right? So I feel like the odds of you ever using this attack twice in a row is absolutely unlikely. So I feel like we're supposed to build in a way where we can close on this as a finisher. It could, I mean, like, I know I'm like I'm on a huge Ms. Magius kick, but these last 4 slots could just be Ms. Magius, yeah? We could also duck for some lead pressure with that too. But something else that's able to actually get knockouts, like get knockout 1 or knockout 2. Like, when you're building a deck, you want to have a vision on what your game plan is, right? And I feel like the best way to leverage this effect a lot of the time is probably you Azelf an EX and tap it for 20, and then you Cyrus it up and finish with this, yeah? Is like the most realistic thing you're gonna be doing. Being a bunch of single knockout point things potentially sounds fine as well. This is 20. Yeah, Duck has the potential to get us a first point a lot of the time. And then maybe we just put 2 Capes in as the last 2 cards to give them more survivability. Is probably realistically what it is. All of our things are so squish. Honestly, it's probably 1 Cape, 1 potion. Yeah, I don't know that we beat any other decks that are full 1-pointers. Although, I guess it's worth noting, one of the primary decks that's an all 1-pointer deck is the fighting deck, so we'll have type advantage there. You like Rotom over Duck? Nah, Duck's pretty important in the EX matchups. Speak of the fighting decks we have type advantage over, and they will appear. This opening is quacked, chat. Uxie gets to put an energy on Azelf. Unstoppable. Run down this Machamp here, I think, is the plan. Lake Guardian is a stage 2 you could draw in any order. That's a really interesting way to think about it. Unironically. I've never thought about it in that way, but that's a really good, interesting way to think about the mechanics of what you're playing with. I'll put a cape on here so that way they can't Cyrus this up and clear it. Speaking of Cyrus. Oh, I guess they can't Leaf and Cyrus, so I didn't need to cape this turn. Fair. Except that all the components you're playing with are only 70 HP. Also true. But you could Pokeball for all 3 of them as another upside. Oh my goodness, gamers. That's a spirit. So we crunch this. We get to put energy on here. Then we get to bring down the Shadow next turn. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. They are not ready for the Supreme Blast. All right, we're gonna have to figure out a way to get one more knockout point still, but we've assembled 2 at least. That looks like a really good way to get my last knockout, chat. That looks like a really good way to get my last knockout, chat. Opponent is currently dead to the Cyrus. Currently dead to the Cyrus. Come to Papa. Come to Papa. Lake Trio and the Duck Chat's the name of my ska cover band. Deck is quacked. No notes. Now, one thing I did mess up is we forgot to flare the non-As-Elf members of the trio. Apologies to everyone whom we've disappointed with that first game. Let's get some flares on these bad mama jammas. Oh, purple circles are my favorite. All right, Uxie, 52 Uxies. We can spare a few, I think. I think it's that one. I think it's that one. Do you think the trade tokens they've been giving out for free is enough? I think the amount they've given out so far is good, but they're going to need to continue to give out a similar number per month for the system to be functional. I think ideally they should be giving out 1,000 to 2,000 trade tokens for free per month. I think if they do that, the system is largely fine. Not perfect, but largely fine. People keep talking about Magnezo being the glue holding decks together, but clearly it's the Duck. Unironically, it's the Duck. Uh-oh. Skarmory's coming for my Uxie, chat. My poor Uxie. Do you get the same amount of money from a Prime sub or less than an actual sub? I get 70% of whatever you spend on a paid sub. So it depends on what geo region you're in because there's different pricing for different regions, but generally speaking, a paid sub is more support. Prime subs also vary depending on where you're from. The average Prime sub is worth like $1.10, but places, the US, Canada, and Australia are $2.25. They're the 3 highest. Are we cooked, chat? I'm feeling kind of cooked. Yes, Turkey is the lowest Prime sub that's worth 9 cents USD. No, yeah. Basically, how much your Prime sub is worth is proportional to how much you pay for Amazon Prime in whichever country you live. Okay, we're not just dead here. If they have a good follow-up past these Skarmories, we're going to be dead. But it's worth noting, if we find our other Uxie, we go hit this to clear it, and then we power this up, and then this clears the second Skarmory. Oh my goodness, they have room for Giovanni. Absolutely and wholly cooked. Can no longer win the game. We could top deck second duck to clear with the X speed. All right, so this needs to be second duck, and then we still need to draw the other one, and they need to not have another Geo. All right, we're building a line. Are we? No, we're not, right? Because they... What's the math? We're dead to a lot, but we're not dead on board. Cyrus is now in the output range of cards that we lose to. I love the Skarmory package. I can appreciate people who enjoy playing with it, but I think the Skarmory package is actually done the most to injure decks that I enjoy playing. So I'm a little bitter it exists. As a dedicated, far-fetched enjoyer, it feels like we get bigger fished by this. I'm in the wrong scene. Apologies. Let's make the game a lot bigger. Okay, so I technically have 2 draws to let Mess Spirit kill this next turn. Yeah, we need to draw Uxie in our next 2 draws. And we need them to brick on having Cyrus. And we need them to not have another basic. So I'm not telling you it's likely, but I am telling you we have a chance. We need some plot armor here for sure. Goodness. Oh, I need to find a cape or a potion to Does this draw? I think it draws the game, right? Because they get a 3rd point, but they're out of basics. I think this is a tie because I didn't find the healing. I actually don't know because they won one way and I won one way. I think it's a draw. I think we each have 1 win condition and it's a draw. But I actually don't know. Are both win conditions equal? No, it's a tie. It is a tie. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I expected that to be a tie. No. So, again, there are 2 ways you win in a game of Pokemon Pocket. You win with 3 points or with your opponent having no bench. and we each met one of the two conditions. It's only not a tie if one player meets two of the conditions. So if that was my third point and their third point, I would win because I had bench. But because it was only my second point and they had no bench, ergo it was a tie. Yeah, logically that flows for me. Fun and interesting game. That was sweet that we maneuvered it to that point. Could we have won by playing Uxie the last turn and using it to charge Mess Spirit? No, they had a Rocky helmet on DinoCon, so if I hit them with Uxie, I would have lost the game. Because they're only 70 HP. What do you do with all your extras once you're done flowing them? They're just a waste. Just pack filler. The same thing I do with all my extra titles in Marvel Snap. They sit in the digital wasteland. Metal Mew. Dialga? Must be Dialga, yeah. There's their Dialga. If they have an X-Speed or a Leaf, which are both common cards that they play, they could be in a fine spot here, potentially. It's worth noting that Mew cannot Supreme Blast me. Unless they also happen to have an Uxie and an Azelf in their deck. Just get Quack in here. Again, I want to wait on these communications until we have a little bit more time, I think. Yeah, there's the X-Speed. Registeel murders everything in our deck in one attack, gamers. It's not a good scene. Think I'm Uxieing. It's close though. Stops Osiris. I believe we're just wholly cooked. I don't have anything that lives a heavy impact. Too many things that one shot at all. Defeated by a signal. To be fair, we were gonna kill the Registeel. I would like the record to reflect we were not defeated by a single Registeel. Like the Lake Trio was gonna get to deal with that the following turn. It was the Dialga in the back that Leaf allowed to retreat while saving its energy. That was too much. All right, well, the most common Lightning deck is 18 Trader Pachirisu, which we might be able to put together a cheeky win against if things come together. Interesting. Maybe I'm supposed to hold the duck for the communications. I didn't want them to be able to Sabrina this, though. We could have had a 100% win rate if Jeff had stopped after the first game, but he took the coward's way out with a sample size. It's unfortunate, I know. But it like debating the merits of hitting us for 30 and taking 10. They're worried about like a duck with a Geo here. That's lovely. Ooh, that's really nice. That means we live 50 damage Electrode. I suppose there's a world where they have 2 energy Electrode. Would not be great for the home team here. Sweet. Played around that. Do we... I was gonna say, do we pivot to the duck, but Electrode clears the duck in 1, which is not great for us. So I think it's just this, because this leaves the Electrode dead to Farfetch'd. And then we just need to fish up second Uxie for best spirit to clear Pachirisu, yeah? There are... how many Pokemon in our deck? We have one more of each of these. Or sorry, one more of each of these. So these are each 1 and 3 currently. And if we could draw any other non-Uxie Pokemon, then it's 50-50. And obviously if we hit Uxie, we just have it right away. I wouldn't be surprised to see them pivot into Patchy here to not give up the knockout point, but they could be concerned about giving up Patchy into the best spirit being charged. Lovely, adorable lad here. I think it's just Duck Up here, because ideally I want to wait as long as possible to use these to give myself a chance to draw the other copies of Pokemon that we have. Now, the concern here is that my opponent goes Electabuzz, Evolve to Electivire, and then Volkner and clear the Duck this turn. But Pachirisu coming up here means we've got a decent shot. We're 1 in 6 to just end the game, and then we're 2 in 6 or 1 in 3 to make each of these be a 50%er. Yeah, this is a mistake. They should definitely take this knockout with Voltorb. See if we can punish their mistake here. Alright, so this is 1 in 3 to win, and when it misses, it gives us 2 50-50s here now. Nothing like the most implicit coin flip imaginable. Alright, Survey says... that's so sad. That's so sad, gamers. Because even if we would have hit... because we also bricked on the cape. If we would have hit cape, we could have lived a turn and then maybe had a shot. Sedge. Oh, did they not have a tool? They only did 60, right? I guess we could have passed them to make them have the tool.
It's really cold in here.
It is a little bit cold.
Usually I come in here to warm up, and it's like really cold in here.
I've been pedaling this afternoon, so I don't run the heater usually when I'm doing that. All right, gamers, we are gonna play a few more with this at least when we return. We gotta take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We'll see you in 120 seconds. My bank account, our bank account. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. But we can get to 750 over there before we're done for the day. Imagine winning a coin flip. Couldn't be us. Imagine bricking on your 1 and 3 and then bricking on 2 1 and 2s. What are the odds of that? It's what, point, we hit the 0.66 and then the 0.5 and then the 0.5 again. So we win that game 83.5% of the time. 16.5% to miss on a 66%er and a 5. And I guess we also technically had a 1 and 6 too, right? Because we could have just drawn it from the start of the turn as well. Which that one doesn't change it that much. It's 86% of the time we win that game. Hey, Calibrating, thank you for the membership on the YouTube side. Appreciate that direct support. All right, let's give this one a few more. It's not good, but it's been surprisingly functional. We've played a lot of close, interesting games. So you can only attack with Mess Spirit Entropy when you have Uxie and Azelf on your bench. So we were communicating and drawing and stuff, and the odds I'm calculating was how likely we were to miss it. Spirit Tomb, Bruxish, Empoleon. Someone's gaming. Enrique, thank you for the membership on the YouTube side. Appreciate it. What's the best deck to counter eggs? I mean, Charizard's the objectively best deck to counter the eggs deck. It's just bad into a significant rest of the field. If you missed my meta report from Sunday, you should check that out. I did kind of a deep dive on which things have the best anti-egg matchups. It's genuinely hard to have a really good egg matchup and not just be trash into a lot of the rest of the field. Is part of the problem. Try and just tap the Spirit Tomb twice here. And then hopefully Azelf can finish off the Pip-Up for our second point. And then Mess Spirit can get us the last one. Oh my goodness, are we about to get dawned? I think we're about to get dawned. Oh my gosh. Brutal. Punished for not potioning. I was just thinking we'd have more time. All right, so I think we do this. And then we do this. And then I'm actually gonna potion here so that way they can't get me with a what's it called? The Cyrus. In my experience using sub-only mode in other games, the primary thing that sub-only mode impacts is new follower count. A lot of people won't hang out to check out a stream if it's in sub-only mode, regardless of if they're chatting or not. But it does nominally increase the amount of direct support subscribers that you have, so there's some offset there, but it's bad for channel growth, but it's better for my mental health on days like today, so. If they have Cyrus here and clear the Mess Spirit, we're probably dead. Yeah. Yeah, copy of Dawn was just too backbreaking. We just have not had first energy advantage in, like, any of these games. That's so brutal, too, because, like, 6 of our 8 basics just, like, love going first. Well, we're through a lot of the deck. Magnemite being super effective into the duck is really unfortunate here, too. So I think the play is just play second duck out here, because then if they clear this, we clear this, and then their finisher is kind of up a creek and gone. Even if they evolve this into Magneton, it still gets cleared by Leak Slaps. They'll need Cape plus Magneton to not go down to the duck here. Two copies of Cyrus, gamers. 2 copies of Cyrus. Wow, I can't believe they didn't cape the Magneton. That's so greedy. There is justice in the world, gamers. Please step into my office. Would like to have a quack. That was so greedy. Is the viewer count low because of vacation? No, we're at a low point in the cycle. And it's 4 o'clock. My viewer count typically falls off at about 3 to 4 p.m. Central when people who watch during their workday start leaving work for the day. The way card games with bigger card releases work too is you'll have higher viewer counts in the first week to 2 after the sets drop, and then things fall off until the next set happens again. Very expected. Not only does the right coast start leaving work at about that time, but what's it called? People in the UK and Europe start going to bed. Oh, Jockey helmet means Uxie and Duck don't live in attack. Your Duck is dead already. I'm in a spot where I just can't beat Osiris. The next set doesn't shake up the meta. We're going to be 8 weeks of eggs. I mean, for the tournament metagame, sure. But, like, I literally have been streaming Pokemon Pocket for over 7 hours today, and I have not played against the stock best deck in the metagame a single time in almost 7.5 hours. We played against one Celebi deck, and they were playing a bad superior build from last season with baby Mythical Island Executor in it. We could just charge Mess Spirit slowly. Oh, that's a good thought, actually. Just don't put on the Uxie and don't take the hit. Yeah, maybe that was the line. It still dies to Osiris, though, no matter how I slice it, right? If they don't have Cyrus and I draw X speed, we kill them. Yeah, we're dead. You're correct, Potato. I should have not attacked and just put the energy on here, but we just still died to this. This is noteworthy. All right, I'm gonna delete the couple of notes I took about this deck because it's not good enough for me to be willing to post a highlight with and not feel embarrassed, but it was less bad than I was expecting, but yeah. I try to have a certain minimum of quality to the decks that I will be willing to post a highlight with, and this one definitely does not meet it. It's not remotely competitive enough. All right, on to the next one. Our next deck is one that's popped up in our tournament results a few times. We're gonna try some Skarmory ourselves here. Wormadam Skarmory. There's been a lot of Skarmory on the ladder, which I assume is why you see people making, like, 12-paragraph posts and manifestos about why Magnezone is too good, because they play against more Magnezone and don't play against the actually good decks on the ladder. Or on the random queue, I should say. It's not a ladder. Yo. A leaf and no X speeds. I think Honchkrow is okay. I think it's just like one of the 1,000 things that just like never beats an Executor, so I wouldn't play it in a real event. But it's fine on the ladder where you're not gonna play against that. I forget what I paired it with. I had a Honchkrow something highlight. Was it Honchkrow Arbok maybe? That was fine. I'm gonna tell you it's good, but it was fine. My preferred Garchomp deck. So we played Garchomp Fighting this morning. It's going to be tomorrow's highlight, and that was okay. But I genuinely don't know if I prefer that or Or what's it called more? The other one. The Greninja build. I think this is let Skarmory take Nightmare Aura hits and then leaf into Wormadam and get attacking with this. This card can be really frisky when it wants to get going. Can do a lot of damages. Be done pedaling for the afternoon, gamers. Stand up for a spell. So we'll do this. We'll do this. Pass the turn. Alright, this will be our first time using Wormadam on stream, so hopefully it just OTKs this Darkrai and sets the mood. I think I'm going to put a cape on the Wormadam as well, so that way we don't randomly get cheesed by Giovanni here. In the event that we don't OTK this. See, chat, you just gotta believe. You gotta know that what you're showing up to do and execute accordingly. Much like we just executed that Darkrai. Got me. And with our Giovanni here, we only need a single heads to end the game, yeah? That'll do, pig. That'll do. Man, Wormadam is out for blood. They're like, Jeff, I know you've been playing bad decks today. I'm going to show you how I lift with my legs. Wormadam's a solid Pokemon. It's got a good HP pool. It can randomly cheese out almost anything and get you some free wins when you need them. Let's, of course, put up a few results. We have first energy advantage. That never happens, gamers. You'll note that when I have a Pokemon that I really want to lead on, like Skarmory, I will decline playing out my secondary basic because there are way more copies of Sabrina than there are red cards and Mars in this metagame. So if I play this Registeel out and they Sabrina me, I'm infinitely behind. Looking for a helmet. Fortunate. I'm gonna put the cape on so we can just start marking damage, but obviously would have preferred Rocky Helmet, so we could have gone 50U, 50U, and then the Sparking Gadget would have cleared them on the back crack. Alright, cool. And the potion means it largely didn't matter. The fact that we didn't draw Worm Dan or a tool here is really unfortunate. Hey, Bobby, thanks for the 10 months of Prime. Appreciate that. Now we need Wormy Boy with the heads. Should hold cards, so maybe they'll red card us. Red card would have been nice here. All right. That'll do, pig. Worm is out for blood today, gamers. Holy. Nice gimmick deck. Yeah, it's truly wild that we've played against more 18 trainer Pachirisu than we have the stock good Executor Celebi deck. There's that Sabrina we played around on the first turn. Do I just start powering up Registeel? I think I do, yeah? We leaf this out. And then, in the event that I don't high roll them, they'll hit me, I'll go second energy, I'll hit them, they'll hit me, and then Registeel will be ready to go. Sorry, I was talking like they were gonna get another turn, and our Wormadam is just like absolutely cracked beyond belief. Just like, can't stop, won't stop. I'd like the record to reflect we were pretty favored there, even if we hit 0 heads over 2 attacks, but you should keep playing with that coin. Yep. That one's gonna stay right where it's at. Casual 320 damage Wormadam hit. Not all heroes wear caped shit, but this Skarmory certainly does. Oh, goodness. If we find one of our 2 copies of Giovanni in our next few draws, we clear the Weezing next turn, too. It's kind of insane. Yes, I guess we could still top deck it, but it's not super likely. A 1 in 6 with 2 Geos. And the problem with missing it is they'll have a window to Koga 10 HP Weezing. I looked away for 10 minutes. You're playing the cards you said you hate. To be fair, I didn't say I hated Skarmory. I said it pressured decks that I enjoy out of the format. It's a difference between those two things, yes? What do you think of a tool that attached to make rainbow energy? I would assume that that would be one of the avenues they would potentially do color fixing with. Gosh, I must say, Skarmory plus Giovanni seems like real good. Thanks to red carding me, opponent. Wouldn't be possible without you. And now with the Registeel ready to go, they've lost all their energy. They're just in a tempo black hole, yeah? Oh, have we salted out? Gosh, opponent, imagine if your red card had been like a potion or another good playable Pokemon pocket card. Then we could be playing a game instead of you being bitter. I swear there's a higher correlation between people who play bad cards like red card and people who salt off when they lose. You know, we need to tap an ad break. I'm going to tap the ad break and run to the bathroom. BRB. I'm not giving them this win for free. The stakes could not be lower, they still get mad. Yup. Just wonderful human beings. I'm glad we did viewer submissions today. This deck's been sweet. Maybe we will play another tournament or two before the set drops. I've talked myself into enjoying this in Blastoise. I have a regular office chair next to me as well, Ball and Squirrel, that I typically use if I'm sitting for not pedaling. So I'm someone who likes to sit cross-legged while I work, and it's hard to do that in the bike chair. I kind of want to draw 2 basic Pokemon here, so I'm going to hold the Pokeball to make it more likely to draw basic next turn and then Pokeball into a second. Hey, Wit, thank you for the almost 4 years. I'm excited for the next Open, too. I'm even more excited to get to announce our prizing. We've got some sweet support. Ooh, is this a Garchomp gamer? They must be, yeah. Kangaskhan's a fine lead for her when you're a Chomp gamer. Nice. Okay, so we do this. This is exactly what I wanted and what I was playing to, right? We got both of the basics I'm looking for. And I even have Leaf to pull the Registeel out here. So it took that first hit for us. And now we get to pivot to Skarmory and crack them. Being able to Leaf this out is a pretty big advantage over Heatran that some of these Steel decks play as their 5th basic / heavy hitter. If they don't have a Cyrus or a Sabrina, we're in a pretty solid spot. We get to finish this and then Energy plus Wormadam here and then start building up Registeel as well. Thoughts on pairing Infernape and Magnezone in the same deck? It's just so hard to play 2 stage 2s. It's like the TLDR. They're leafing this out. Interesting. Do I just take the knockout with Cyrus? I think I just take the knockout with Cyrus, yeah. Any other supporters to use this turn? And then next turn, we could pivot to Wormadam and try and high roll the Druddigon. Although I don't know if that's worthwhile or not. I've liked this deck a lot, Sucks. This is the type of card I love registering in a tournament because it's like a solid on-rate card that also just like randomly cheeses you games. That's kind of everything you want to be doing in competitive stuff. Like this card's like solid when it low rolls and like when it high rolls, you're just like winning on the spot. Yeah, this core has spiked a couple of tournament finishes. I don't remember if it was this week or last week, but one of the weeks it had a few. This having taken a hit already is unfortunate, but that's what it is. It would be nice if they needed Cynthia to kill both of these. It's just this. They need a Leaf or an X speed, and they've already played a Leaf to be able to retreat this next turn. Of course, Garchomp's letting them churn through their deck. They're only going to have 3 cards left. Good chance they're on 2 Leafs. If we Giovanni and hit 1 heads on Wormadam, it's 90, and then Skarmory finishes the Garchomp with the Rocky Helmet. That was a noteworthy breakpoint, 90 plus 50. Would not be surprised if they've got, like, potions and capes in their deck, though. Usually Garchomp that focuses on just a few other basics has room for healing items to give them more sustain. And then one to two Cynthia is a given as well. So I would expect we're only going to get one shot in with this. If they can't kill the Skarmory this turn, next turn I go second energy hit, they go up and clear, I put this up and put second energy here, and then this is ready to go. That's interesting. That means they can retreat and not take a knockout point here, but I'm not really sure that that matters, yeah? They're not building. The fact that they haven't found their second Gibble yet is a big deal for us. Of course, it's gonna have to be their, like, literal bottom card here, so they get to churn again. And I am noteworthy. I burned my only Cyrus early here. That's fine. Wormadam has our backs. Just gonna high roll him again, yeah. Here's the shear. Oh, they binned their second Chomp. Interesting. So they're gonna finish on Kangaskhan as their only other attacker. I'm gonna put a hat on here. I'm gonna Giovanni. Oh no! Now, the good news is they need Potion plus Cape plus Cynthia to, like, get through this Wormadam and not die to the Registeel. So there's the Cynthia, and they're probably planning on the Gabite being able to finish the Registeel, but we have Cape, so that's not an option for them. Cape and Helmet are such good cards. It's really one of the biggest upsides to playing Skarmory, is that playing Skarmory forces you to play other good cards like Cape and Rocky Helmet. You're like, well, gotta play all these other good cards to make my one that's great better. Woe is me. Do they have a Cape? We know they have a Gabite. Do they have a way to live this Metal Claw? Those games where the opponents casually use 2.5 times as much timer as I have. Second Leaf makes a lot of sense. It's their last card then. Already through 2 communications. Is that like another Kangaskhan? There's our last point. Close game. It's like kind of like the Pikachu effect. Your efficient attacker forces you to make other good deck building choices so it can function. Yeah, it's a good way to put it. Right, first energy advantage. Find a Wormadam, be in a good spot. Are there any fun Togekiss decks? Yeah, there's a couple of ways to build that. If you check the highlights channel, Adrian, there's a couple of builds up there. It's a scary start for them. Thankfully, we have first energy advantage. We unfortunately did not have our Skarmory. Would have been able to completely ruin their day. We don't have our Leaf to shuffle them out. If we brick on the worm, we probably shuffle to the Skarmory to get to clear the Manaphy right away. Making sure they only get one activation on that's pretty important. Every turn they get to Oceanic Gift, they get really far ahead. There's a Wormy. Do I put a Rocky helmet on or do I save a cape? If I wait to cape, Ice Wing plus Blizzard doesn't kill me, which seems meaningful. I think I wait, because I think they're likely to go into Articuno here. So they can go 40-80, and then Cape stops their 40-80 from being a clear without a Giovanni. Oh, wow. It's a little punishing, but not the end of the world. And I'm just gonna pump as much damage as possible here, I think. I put the cape on here as well, just to play around with Sabrina. Big ol' swing, and then Cyrus plus Skarmory should just mean we're done here. Man, I wish I played this deck sooner. I'm super into it. It's just everything I want to be doing. Alright, I got 3 heads on my Wormadam. You could have 2 heads on a Misty. That seems fair. Decided to lose the game? Interesting. Bold strategy, Cotton. I mean, they were dead to our Cyrus either way, but choosing to leave themselves dead on board is certainly a choice. How much longer are we going for today? I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it, actually. It's 4:30. We've been live for almost 8 hours. We're gonna fire up and do another long stream again tomorrow. And so data mines say we're gonna have a new card release a week from tomorrow. So we could get a teaser trailer tomorrow, but it's also possible that because the moved up set release is being tied into Pokemon Day on the 27th, a week from today, that we won't get any information until Pokemon Day. So if information or a teaser goes up, the teaser usually goes up at 7 a.m. Central. So that's in about 15 hours from now. But I would bet if we don't see that tomorrow, we won't see anything until a week from now. All right, I'm signing off. Appreciate everybody that was here in our resubs after we were gone for a number of days. Kronos is 5-1 in the tournament. They're good people. I'm going to go ahead and raid you over into them. Check them out if you're interested in watching some more Pocket stuff on the Twitch side. And if you want more of me on the YouTube side, we had a Ms. Magius Gengar highlight go up on the YouTube channels. Check that out as well. I'll be back in the morning. Peace, folks.